The time is now 6 p.m. I'm calling the City Council meeting of City of Vacaville to order. It is March 9th, 2021, and we have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Stockton.
Here.
Councilmember Silva.
Here.
Councilmember Roberts.
Here.
Councilmember Wiley.
Here.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Here.
Mayor Roulette.
Here. You can please stand for a moment of silence, and it will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We will move to item 3, the approval of the agenda. I know that we will be continuing the approval of the minutes. Is there any other changes, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we are continuing item 8A to the next regularly scheduled meeting of March 23rd, please.
Okay. Can I get a motion with the 2 amendments, please?
Sullivan, I'll move it. Stockton, I'll second.
I got Sullivan and Stockton. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Wiley.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Aye. We'll move to item 5 now, presentations. We have none. We'll move to item 6. Anyone on the City Council that would like to pull any item off of the consent calendar, would you please raise your hand to be noticed? I see no one. Do we have anyone on the line that would like to pull any item off of the consent calendar? I see none.
Agree.
Then I will bring it back to the council and entertain motion.
Sullivan, I'll move it.
Thank you.
Wiley will second.
Got Sullivan and Wiley. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Silva.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yes.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yes.
Mayor Roulette.
Yes. Was that everybody? That seems short.
No, it was not Wiley. Wiley also votes yes.
Okay, I thought we missed somebody.
I thought so too.
Thank you, Councilmember Wiley. I appreciate that. We will move to item 7. This is business from the floor. This is time to address the council with issues that are not on this agenda, but are within the council's subject matter jurisdiction. And I see a lineup of hands already. Let's go ahead and open the lines, please.
Angie Deards, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak. Some of you might recognize my name. I'm Angie Deards. I am a teacher and a parent with Buckingham Collegiate Charter High School. And I wanted to address my concerns about the warming center at Georgie Duke. I have been in communication with several of you multiple times, and it was really discouraging to me to be told when I brought up my concerns that, oh, well, that's a closed school site, when teachers have been there all year and we have had students back for months in our learning hubs. And our students are being exposed to very unsavory situations. They're feeling unsafe. When the power washing is happening up there, it is literally rolling downhill onto our campus. Our custodian yesterday got bit by a dog from one of the people that are visiting the warming center. It is an absolutely inappropriate location for a homeless warming shelter to share a parking lot with a school. Thank you for letting me address that.
Thank you, ma'am. Take the next caller, please.
Delana Knox, I'll open your mic.
Oop. 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
I am speaking on behalf of Voices of EV, a grassroots organization who has been holding protests in downtown Vacaville on Sunday nights since July of 2020. It has come to our attention that some community members are curious as to what actually happens on Sundays. Unfortunately, a lot of misinformation and slander has circulated about these events and our organization. City officials, specifically Mayor Rowlett and Vice Mayor Sullivan, have played into the narrative that we are violent, incorrigible people who spew hate and provoke people without cause. This is simply untrue. During these months, we have been subjected to police terror, unlawful arrests, doxing and stalking, harassment and physical assault from racist civilians, including being sprayed in the eyes and throat with insecticide. Throughout this time, city officials have declined to condemn this violence. The council would rather focus on the slight inconvenience imposed on those eating dinner, the washable sidewalk chalk that they deem offensive, and that we won't come to the table with our own violent oppressors. Thanks to a few folks with a megaphone, chalk, and a desire for a better world, Vacaville and Solano County get a firsthand display of what happens when you agitate a town that has been comfortably living within white supremacy for far too long. They have never condemned police corruption or violence in their notably corrupt department. I implore those listening to remember to take everything said about us while we are not in the room with a grain of salt. We are not the bullies, Mayor. That would be you. I yield my time.
Next caller.
Twitter Casket, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Vacaville, you have a white supremacy problem, and it is way past time to admit it. While the city council, the mayor, and the vice mayor refuse to condemn this, it is something that cannot be overlooked. According to the article published by Open Vallejo, multiple Solano County deputies have been caught bearing extremist right-wing insignia, and Roy Stockton, council member, received a gun rack with a 3%er logo on it. The 3%er movement has ties to white supremacy and right-wing extremism, including the insurrection at the Capitol. Multiple of the police officers who conducted the arrest of people doing houseless outreach on January 24th were wearing official police shirts from the website 1350 Apparel, a website whose name references a well-known racist and false crime statistic, and a website that sells right-wing merchandise from extremist groups. The color of these shirts were yellow and black, the infamous colors of the Proud Boys. We have white supremacists walking around Vacaville, both in and out of uniform. I am told by city officials that this behavior cannot be condemned because they do not have all the facts. But you all felt perfectly comfortable sitting here last meeting to condemn the protests without any of the facts. You either support the First Amendment or you do not. The right to free speech is intended to protect our right to critique the government, government officials, and the police. We have the right to use words you don't like. We have the right to swear. We have the right to call the pigs pig. Call it hate speech if you want, but it is not. And even if it was, hate speech is legally protected by the First Amendment. We have the right to use washable chalk in a public park, despite what the police department says. It washes off with a bit of water. That's not graffiti, Ron. Where was this vicious condemnation of terrorism when folks feeding the houseless and cleaning the park were surveilled, targeted, arrested, and brutalized? Oh, wait, I forgot that Ron Rowlett believes that helping the houseless makes the houseless population worse. What would you know about that, Ron? I do not see you helping them. We know these people by name and face. They are people just like you, except maybe they actually have the empathy that you seem to lack. They are part of your community, whether you like it or not. Their mere existence does not make your precious park disgusting like you claimed. Maybe if you ever tried to actually step outside and meet your community, you would know that. You exist to serve the interest of the ruling class while the people in your town are starving. You claim the Sunday protesters are racist and hateful, but where was this energy for the November 1st Trump rally, where 200 plus people were screaming, spitting on us, hitting us with flagpoles, threatening to lynch people, and shoving us around outside of these businesses you supposedly care so much about? Where was this energy when people were being told to go back to their own country, or when Vaca High students held a KKK meeting? Where was this energy for the men who attacked protesters and innocent bystanders with insecticide? But people will be calling for your removal. You have been put on notice. Recall Mayor Towelette. I yield my time.
Next caller, please.
Adam Carney, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm from District 6, and I would say me and my district representative are on the opposite ends of the spectrum as far as politics. With that being said, a couple of weeks I've been going through all the city council meetings, the recordings, and she brought up a great point that at Opal and Nut Tree, there should probably be a crosswalk because it's kind of dangerous sometimes with kids trying to get to that other part. And my point in bringing that up is me as a staunch conservative, as people in my community would probably call me a Trumper or just, I guess, there's low-hanging fruit in which me and other people of different opinions can agree on. And that's the reason I bring that up for Jeanette Wiley. Thank you, Jeanette, for bringing that up in our community that, you know, a simple thing as a crosswalk would be really useful. With that same point, I think there's other low-hanging fruit where conservatives and others can come to an agreement. Low-hanging fruit, the things that we agree on. For example, conservatives always care about the young from low-income neighborhoods. The BLM crowd that I've been hearing on these calls every month has been saying that that's who they want to help. Well, conservatives agree with you. So the next question is, since we all are in agreement, how can we help them? Well, we can help them by conducting a review of our city finances. It's not a secret that in government, there's always areas where spending doesn't really need to be spent in both police and other departments. So we could probably find money in order to help with those after-school programs. And the beautiful thing is conservatives, your BLM type people, we all agree. We want to help kids. And so my main point tonight is just that. I've been listening to the city recordings for the past 3 months, and all I've been hearing is yelling at each other. And it's concerning. We could leverage the experience of Roy Stockton of reviewing the city police department. He has a lot of experience. In the government, they call it boondoggle spending. And Roy Stockton could actually identify that. And for those who are on the opposite side of the spectrum of me, I would ask you to consider this. Coming onto a phone call.
Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a
Next
good
caller.
night.
Alexandra Deers, I will open your mic.
Hello. First off, I would say thank you for serving our community, and I really appreciate you all being on the city council and serving your time. But I regret to inform you that in certain areas you guys have failed. My name is Alexandria Diertz, and Ronalette, you should actually know my name because I was a Girl State citizen and you signed the mayor's commendation for me, which, by the way, thank you. This means, Mayor, that you are aware of my honor, my character, and understand how I have served my community above and beyond. And now I'm asking the panel to do the same. I'm a senior at Buckingham Charter Collegiate Academy, and my mother is a teacher here. You've heard her speak before. I have assisted Buckingham's community since I was 8 years old, whether it was office work, helping teachers move books, or setting up and painting classrooms. Buckingham has been my home for 10 years, and with this new campus, it brings new life to Buckingham. However, the problem with the homeless warming center at Georgie Duke has reached an all-time high. I have seen drug use, horrible fits of mental distress, and I have felt afraid when I drive to go visit my mother for lunch. At night, the homeless people have broken to the campus. They leave feces, needles, and other garbage all around the campus that is left for our custodians to unfairly clean up. This hit a final straw with me when the homeless decided to destroy and vandalize the beautiful memorial garden of Eric Ketford, a fellow senior in my class who passed away this year and whose memory is displayed in this garden. And that desecration to his memory, sadly, is on your hands. This grievance, however, won't be the last, I fear. If the warming center is not moved to a different location, there will be more and more incidents, more theft, and more danger to the school, especially with more students coming to campus for the 25% opening in 2 weeks. This just increased the rate of more and more incidents. To the council, I ask you to do your job and serve the community that you've promised to protect so that my teachers, my friends, and my administrators can do theirs. Move the warming center and out and protect my school so my mom, my friends, and everyone else can just focus on the children and not focus on their safety. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
James Shea, I'll open your mic.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Fantastic. First, I'd like to say I've noticed the interim chief has been very proactive, and that's appreciated. Hopefully it continues, and the next time there's a peaceful protest of 20 to 30 people, including toddlers, they won't show up looking like Rick Moranis and Spaceballs with broomsticks they got from the set of Hocus Pocus, because that to me is disgusting. Speaking of disgusting, Ron, your comments in the last meeting were disgusting. But Ron, I feel sorry for you. Sorry that you have lived such a soft, cushy Nerf life that your houseless citizens are disgusting to you. Sorry that the houseless hanging out at Georgie Duke is disgusting, even though if it wasn't COVID, they'd be hanging around the area for the bathrooms in the first place. Sorry that you're the mayor that doesn't have the imagination or creativity to come up with an idea or a solution. You say you want a brick and mortar, make it happen. There's plenty of options as far as land and buildings the city could acquire or already own, including the old CVS building on the corner of Monta Vista and Cernan, the Vacaville Furniture Gallery that's on the corner of South Orchard and Merchant Street, which has got busted windows and is an eyesore anyways. There's an empty lot behind the Texaco near Mason and Depot. There's an open lot on the corner of Mason and Wilson, and another one on Marshall and Davis. And lastly, at 1040 Mason, there's a city-owned building that your boy, Duck Dynasty Beatty and the org rent out for $1 a year. Thank you.
Next caller.
Wendy Brecken, I'll open your mic. Wendy, are you there?
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I was calling because I wanted to, again, thank you for having a special city council meeting just dedicated to the unfunded liabilities. And I'm just calling in to ask that you suspend the annual, basically $6 million that's contributed to the trust fund for the OPEB or medical retiree costs, and just defer making any decisions on that $6 million, as well as a pension trust, until you can get a third-party expert to take a look at all the issues, give you, viable options and the pros and cons, just a, full analysis of the situation. We've got an issue, and that was very clear from the presentation, where the OPEB retiree healthcare is basically 48% funded, and the pensions are about 59% funded altogether. The pension's grown 77 million in 7 years. So we have a 78 million unfunded liability for OPEB and a 249 million unfunded for pensions. And those ratios of funding are just too low. So also we have minimum payments that the city has to make every year, which total for pension and OPEB for 2021, 38 million. 38 million we are paying just for benefits for employees for just the debt. So that doesn't cover the salaries. And by 2029, so in 8 years, it goes up to 47 million. We only take in about 100 million in income and revenue is my understanding. You can correct me, but that means that by 2029, we are spending 47, well, or right now we're spending 38% of our revenue on debt. So at least, I mean, not to say the employees are extremely valuable, not to say that they don't need good benefits, they do, but just look at options, see where there's win-win situations. And it's completely worth, if it costs anything, I'm not sure it does, because I'm not sure what the cost is, but if it does cost something, it would be worth it, because we're spending such an enormous amount of our budget on this that it really, we need to take into consideration all options. The problem with spending this much money is that we then crowd out other services and projects. So for example, flood control, we're not building detention basins. We need to build.
Your time is up. Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Danielle Shea, I'll open your mic.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
So I'm calling in this evening because there have been statements made, and after a lot of careful consideration, they're just still not sitting well with me. So at the last city council meeting, Ron Rowlett, you made a statement about the warming shelter that it still to this day makes me sick to my stomach. You specifically said that it is disgusting to have houseless people waiting to go into the warming shelter. Really, I want you to think about that for a moment. You said that the houseless people who are waiting to go inside to get warm and keep from freezing to death were disgusting. It's hard to even begin to explain how wrong it is that our mayor, the mayor of the entire town, including those people waiting to go into the warming shelter, is disgusted by their existence. You are the mayor of all people in Vacaville, not just the people who look or act like you. If you didn't want to do your duty as an elected official and represent all the people in your community, why did you run? The people at the warming shelter most likely need mental health help. They probably need mental health services that they aren't getting, but you call them disgusting. We are in the middle of a pandemic where an unknown amount of people have been made houseless due to income loss. I didn't hear you have any concern or problem solving for that situation. All I heard was you complaining that about the fact that people are down and out. And I just can't even imagine the level of privilege that would lead to someone making such awful comments about people that are struggling. You also made another comment in the fall, and it's still, I've been thinking about it a long time. And you made a comment about people calling in and you losing your power. And I just wanted to remind you tonight that the only power that you have as an elected official is the power that we give you. You are a representative of the people of Vacaville. You are not somebody who is in charge of anybody. You don't have power over other people except for the power that we give you. And I just want to highlight that the amount of people calling in tonight telling you that the location is for the warming shelter is inappropriate points to your failure as a mayor and the council's failure to protect and care for all of their citizens. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too, ma'am. Next caller.
Lorraine B, I'll open your mic. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Lorraine, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. My name is Lorraine B. I'm on the newly made BCA Community Association, and I hope that all of us can work together in communicating and seeing that all members of our community should be included and work to help needs in our community, like turnkey project for the homeless, finding permanent housing, not just one night's warming, programs to address drug and alcohol issues with more than 2 beds in our area for help, more access for those with disabilities on sidewalks, not just in certain areas. There's a need for a lot of things, and I think communication is our first issue, that we're all, seeing that we're all humans, and there's more that we're alike than not alike. There's needs that we all have, and we need to come together to try to make these issues to situate things in the right setting. Thank you very much.
Next caller, please.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So first, I wanted to applaud the young lady from Buckingham who spoke. Outstanding. Second is, I would hope we're talking about solutions. So let's stop mixing church and state. It was written in you guys' constitution, the way you wrote it, separate them, but somehow they keep getting interwoven. So it was great to see the NAACP put on the little history thing, Black History Month at Andrews Park, but unfortunately, this is not knocking NAACP. They had a perfectly good reason. They had a great foundation in the beginning to actually attack civil rights and injustice. Now I think a lot of the leadership is more politically driven than they are actually focused back on the citizens who they originally was funded for. And then, the thing that kills me about that is the NAACP through a Black History Month here in Vacaville for the first time under the guise of a 3%er had him as the keynote speaker. Again, that just goes back to we can't do nothing on our own. There was a whole bunch of praise God and thank you, Jesus going on. Quiet as kept. Slave owners forced slaves to learn Christianity so they can conform, so they can think like white folks, act like white folks, behave like, and have a faith like white folks. I really would stop. We really need to stop trying to hide behind religion like that is the key. I hear policymakers go, oh, well, we were speaking to faith leaders in the community. I don't know too many Black folks who go to church anymore. So stop saying, oh, we made this thought, we made this judgment, we made this because we talked to faith leaders. How about talking to me? I'm a Black man, a real life Black man. All you guys have my number. You have my email address. Call me. I'll give you real life responses. Stop mixing church and state. We're never going to get nowhere. Again, you're trying to move the city forward. One, you can't do it under the guise of a 3%er supporter terrorist organization. Until that gets removed out of the equation, everything else is a joke. The Equity Task Force is a joke. The Equity Task Force at the school is a joke. The Social Justice Committee is a joke. We cannot keep going forward under the guise of the man, the hooded Klan. It's impossible. Everything is a joke. Stop going to the religious card. That's a joke. A lot of Black folks don't even believe in Christianity. So, and then again, on top of that, people of color all don't believe in Christianity. You have so many different religions. And as I close, let's remind this, most wars and most murders can be linked to religion. So let's stop it. Let's ask a Black guy right here. Talk to me if you want solutions. Good night.
Next caller, please.
Ravante Robinson, I'll open your mic.
Man, I love how these things always get set up. So it's nice to see that I actually have Signal. It's an app. I'm sure Ron Rowlett knows about it because he has it too. And I'm sure he's been using that to spread his message about getting rid of the homeless people because, he never really wanted to fix that issue anyway. I remember he was against the tiny shed thing, and we were all against it for different reasons, but Ron Rowlett was against it because he hates homeless people. And it's funny because I've had a conversation or talked with everyone from the city manager to the new chief or interim chief of police to every city council member besides Ron Rowlett because he's trash. It's funny how you say the homeless people are disgusting, but the most disgusting thing in Vacaville is your pasty face. And I should be the unofficial mayor. I mean, I'm a better person than you. I'm a better leader than you. A review of city finances like Adam Carney talked about earlier, that would bring you to the conclusion that we need to defund the police. And if you don't like the warming center where it is, you can put it in the same, the old Greyhound station where Duck Dynasty Beatty's We Love Our City little thing is at. I mean, he only pays $1 a year for it. You know what I'm saying? Like Solano Unity Network, we can do everything that We Love Our City does if the city helped us out like they helped them out. And people like me are the reason that the police endorsement is not cool anymore. So your power is coming to an end, and stop mixing church and state. Goodbye.
Next caller, please.
Nadia Fitchhorn, I'll open your mic.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Hello, council members. My name is Naja Fitchhorn, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. I am also a teacher at Buckingham Collegiate Charter Academy, and I have been a resident of Vacaville almost my whole life. So I've seen it grow tremendously in that amount of time. And although I applaud efforts to help out the homeless, because yes, they are still part of our community. Yes, they are humans. They deserve to have access to warmth and food. I believe that a precedent of putting a homeless warming center right in the same parking lot, sharing the same parking lot space as a school, and I might note a park where children play, was a gross oversight. I absolutely believe in shelters. I know that I have volunteered to work with homeless, and at one time when I was working in Fairfield, I was also part of the task force, or at least attended a few meetings before I changed jobs and left Fairfield. But I wanted to tell you that there's so many better locations. There is not one single person that would think it was a good idea to place a homeless shelter where these people are mentally, there's a lot of illnesses, and they decline help. There's a lot of drug use. There's a lot of violence, and we do not know what the backgrounds are on these persons. I will state that there are amazing models around us, like the cities of Davis and Woodland, that have shelters on the outskirts of town. And I just can't believe that any single person would think it was a good idea to put a shelter here. I think what really, at first, it was just a few people, but as word got spread out, and from what I'm understanding, is that they're being brought in from other cities with one-way tickets and being left. And of course, if there's free services, they're going to come. I mean, I would too if I were in their position. But once that funding is up and you have to relocate that area, they have no cars or vehicles or resources with which to move. So we have ourselves a nice little potentially permanent problem that needs to be looked at. The final straw for me was when Eric Kepford's memorial was destroyed. I was his teacher for 3 years at Buckingham, and the family actually asked me to be part of the whole entire mourning process. And I even wrote the eulogy that was spoken over him as his organs were being removed and donated. And I have to tell you, as being the person who asked students to come and leave their flowers and notes and teddy bears for him. I'm
sorry, your 3 minutes are up. Can we have the next caller, please?
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi, hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm listening to the callers about telling their stories about the issues at Georgia Duke. And it certainly sounds like we need to contemplate an alternative location. And maybe what we could do is create a committee, and we can look at alternative locations. I know the city has a map that shows all the different city sites. And there was a couple callers that mentioned the site on Mason Street, 1040 Mason Street, the old bus station. I'm actually looking at the agreement between the Father's House, We Love Our City, regarding that site, and that the agreement actually expires this April. And I'm not suggesting that we definitely pick that site, but that is a site that it's interesting because it's near the creek. And it's also next to state-owned property. And maybe you could do kind of a joint partnership with the state and maybe create a day center or a warming center on that particular site. And we actually have 1.9 million that was set aside for affordable housing. And, you know, so you have the money set aside already for affordable housing. I think that money, I think you wanted to put it towards the brand new apartments that are proposed to be built on Allison Drive. I think it's to house people who make 80% of the median income, which is around 70K. But it sounds like our homeless need the help more than the population that makes 70,000 a year. So I really think this is a good time to create that committee and to look at the city-owned sites, including this particular one that looks like the lease is up in next month, and look at the other sites as well. And that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Christian Cisneros, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, well, I definitely want to just echo some of the last callers and really giving some advocacy for our houseless neighbors that are in Vacaville. It is so saddening to hear someone say that they find them disgusting. And working within the community, most of the people that are at the warming shelter, these are people that have been on the streets, maybe not very much out in the open. And since they are in one place, it can maybe highlight, well, these are actually all the people, but it's showing the needs of the community. These people are the community. They are in need. One of the things that we found is working with houseless people is that they need to build trust. You need to build trust with them so that they can ask for services, to take up the services that they actually need: mental health, drugs, getting back on their feet. You can't, I'm sorry to say, but they don't trust the police. We don't trust the police. The church, definitely don't trust the church. That's not something that historically that houseless people and overwhelmingly houseless are people of color, that they don't trust places like churches. And we as a city need to provide for them because they are our neighbors. I also just wanted to add before I go is that we, as Solano Unity Network, as citizens of Vacaville, believe in accountability. We did ask Roy to denounce his 3%er affiliations in a letter that we wrote. The last that we've heard is that just the information is not true. And I would like to give you a chance, Roy, to actually take the accountability of being associated with a hate group. And, let's have some restorative justice. Let's restore the relationship and trust that we have between us and, work together to make the city better. Thank you.
Next caller, please.
Bradley Larson, I'll open your mic.
So just what is going on with city council right now, man? We have Roy, who still won't denounce the 3%ers. And then we got Ron over here saying that he's disgusted by people that he refuses to help. Like, how did you get your positions? Seriously, how did you get reelected? And how have you not been forced to resign yet? Like, Roy, stand up and denounce the 3%ers. It's the right thing to do. They are extremists. You should not be associated with them if you're serving the general public. If you're serving us, you should not be associated with an extremist group. It's pretty simple, dude. It's pretty simple. And then Ron, the only thing disgusting about our houseless problem is the fact that you aren't doing anything about it. If you want to help people, actually help people, right? You're making a warming center. It's a temporary solution to a permanent problem. We've had issues with this in the past. We need a permanent solution to this. It's not that hard. You have the funding. And if you don't have the funding, you could easily find the funding. You can find it in the police pensions. You can find it in the general police funding. I mean, hold yourselves accountable and actually help people. what your job's supposed to be, right? And then furthermore, I'd like to echo what other community members have stated, that we can't trust the church to do this. It's a city issue. It should be dealt with by city officials, and it should have city funding. It should have jobs dedicated to making sure these people get their lives back on track and have productive lives and are parts of our community and are seen as parts of our community and are treated as such, rather than being otherized and shamed for their own personal problems. Like, do you think anyone wants to be homeless during a pandemic or like without a home in general? It doesn't make sense, dude. You're just making the issue worse by otherizing people and making them feel like they aren't a part of our community when really they live here too, and they are us. We are them. We're all the same here. So yeah, that's about it. You guys should like get your stuff together and, I don't know, actually represent the people in your city for a change. Maybe we could work together to make this place a beautiful place to live for non-white, non-homeowners. That would be dope. That would be super dope. Thanks, guys.
Okay, I see no other callers. I'm going to close public comment. We'll move to item
Hey, Ron,
8B.
can I make a quick comment, Ron?
Oh, yes, sir.
Sorry, hey, this is Vice Mayor Nolan Sullivan. I just wanted to comment to the public really quick because there's a couple new voices and new faces in the comments tonight. During public comment, we can't respond back to you because of the Brown Act. These items are not agendized, and so we don't really have the ability, because they're not agendized, to discuss back. So it feels kind of cold and callous and mechanical. That's sort of by design. So I would encourage you to reach out to your council members via their emails. You could find their emails on the city website. You could find their Facebook pages. I know lots of you were very impassioned tonight and had concerns you wanted to deal with, but again, if they're not agendized, we can't respond back. So please don't take that as us not caring about what you're saying. It's just how it goes. Thanks.
Thank you for the clarification, Vice Mayor. We'll move to item 8B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This first item up for your consideration is a resolution of the City Council approving a disposition, development, and loan agreement between the city and CFY Development for the development of a mixed income affordable housing apartment project. Emily Cantu, our Housing Services Director, will make a brief presentation for you.
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Next slide, please, Crystal. I wanted to, while Crystal's advancing the slide, I did want to provide a little background on the project or the development site. Back in March of 2019, the council approved a zone change and a policy plan amendment to the business park policy plan for the area. That facilitated the development of some apartments on the west side of Allison Drive, as well as applying a residential overlay zone on 2 parcels owned by the city. Next slide, please. Oh, and then in April, to further the development of residential on the site, the City Council approved a negotiating agreement to allow staff to negotiate with CFY Development regarding this residential apartment development before you this evening for consideration. Next slide, please. So just so you know the location, here's the site plan included in the staff report. It is on Allison Drive at Nuttree Parkway, adjacent to the city's transit hub, the Vacaville Transportation Center. A portion of the property is set aside for a future commercial development. So you would have housing as well as some neighborhood serving commercial or retail on the site. There is no commercial development plans at this time, and that would come to you in a future item. But that is the site. Next slide, please. So just a little bit about CFY Development. They have been developing affordable housing and mixed-use developments for about 50 years, 64 developments. They did complete an apartment project on Callan and Bennett Hill and Rocky Hill, Kimmy's Place Apartments, back in 2015. They have a strong history and reputation with excellent or good property management. and well maintaining their properties, and also meeting the financial obligations both to their other lenders and the state as a lender, as well as the city of Vacaville. During the negotiating period, CFY conducted due diligence to determine the feasibility of constructing up to 187 apartments that would be available at below market rate. To continue to move the project forward quickly, because we know we do need rental housing here in Vacaville, the developer has invested their own funds to submit an application for entitlement. We're not approving those entitlements. That would be through a separate process, but they are going ahead at their own risk with that process. Next slide, please. So also at your April 28th council meeting, staff brought an item to you letting you know that the Solano Transportation Authority was highly supportive of below market rate apartment rental housing on the city site due to its location next to the transit facility. They agreed to provide $1.9 million. It's a grant specifically for an affordable below market rate rental apartment project on the city-owned site. And an agreement came to you subsequently in July of 2020 that was approved between the city and SPA. Next slide, please. So what you're considering this evening is a disposition, development, and loan agreement. It is the terms under which the city would sell the land to the developer. And the terms of that agreement are that the city will sell the city property at fair market value based on an appraisal. That appraisal will happen closer to prior to the property transferring ownership. And also the city will be contributing that $1.9 million. It will be as a loan, and that is through the Solano Transportation Authority incentive funding. Next slide. The rents are proposed to be restricted for families, individuals, and households at 80% of the area median income. So as an example, $73,950 for a family of 4. So you could think of a couple with 2 children, for example. In your staff report, I put an example of if it was a single worker in the household, typical jobs could be entry-level professionals, retail restaurant management, sales managers, etc. And the rents, what does that mean for the rent level? Would be in the range of $1,267 to $1,621 a month based on the bedroom size. All the units proposed, because they are restricted at 80%, would count towards the city's regional housing needs allocation, RHNA allocation, for the low income units, and that obligation for the 2015-2023 housing element period would be complete and met. Next slide, please. So again, the development financing includes the $1.9 million city loan that we just talked about. The developer will pursue other funding sources, such as federal and state tax credits, some tax-exempt bond investment. The developer will defer their fee, and they will seek state sources such as Cal HFA. And next slide, please. And this overall, the estimated cost of this project is $66 million, or about $347,000 a unit. The cost and obtaining all of the financing to allow this development to happen are the responsibility of the developer, and the city contribution will again be the land and the loan through the SBA funding. Next slide, please. Some of the developer obligations are that the rents would be restricted for 55 years, and they will make every effort to hire local contractors, including getting bids from local subcontractors. They'll participate and partner with the police department, and of course they'll maintain and manage the project well during the 55-year term. Next slide, please. So there are some findings and determinations that staff made, and I did need to let you know that there's an error in the staff report related to the section of labor code that was listed providing a prevailing wage exception. So I put that corrected information on the slide on the screen for you to see. The labor code section is 1720 C is in cap 5E, based on the structure of the loans at below market interest. Now, if they receive other financing sources that require payment of prevailing wage, they are required through the agreements with the city and whoever they receive that financing from to pay prevailing wages. Next slide, please. Additional findings and determinations, I won't read them in full to you, but government code allows the city to dispose of property for the development of affordable housing. We do not need to make a CEQA finding this evening. You are considering approval of the development agreement. All the CEQA, the reviews, the process, the analysis will be done as part of the actual project entitlement process through the community development department, building department, public works, et cetera, are all a part of that process later. And then there's a consistency finding that the project is consistent with the general plan. Next slide, please. And again, this step of approving the DDLA does not approve the project. It'll go through the entitlement process and come back to the appropriate bodies, the Planning Commission and City Council, for consideration at future meetings. Next slide, please. So their fiscal impact, no funds are requested, no additional funds for this item. The STA grant, the $1.9 million that the agreement was approved in June, will provide $1.9 million of local funding to this project, and that funding will be replenished, if you will, with the STA grant. And the loan would be recorded in the low and moderate income housing asset fund. And the fund number is listed there for you. Next slide, please. So this evening, staff recommends that the City Council approve the agreement with CFY and authorize the city manager or his designee to finalize the documents, execute and implement the actions, and to approve the resolution. And then finally, this item meets the strategic plan goal and initiative of protecting Vacaville's quality of life. Initiative 3A, promoting housing for all. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. I'm here to answer any questions, as well as John Cicerone. He is the representative of the developer. We can both help answer any questions you may have. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I'm looking to see if any council members have their hand up. I see none, so we'll open it up to public comment. Oh, no, actually, I have Council Member Wiley. Did you want to jump in before public comment, Council Member?
I
I will just have one question now, and then I may have another one later. But you mentioned several times, the council approved it, and that was, with the last council. So would you just give me a little bit more information about the 2020 agreement to negotiate this with CYF? I mean, were they the only ones, or was there anyone else interested, or how did it come to be that they were the ones that got this agreement? Like, did it ever go out to bids or anything? So that's what I just wanted, just a little bit of background on that.
Yes, thank you very much for your question. Yes, the project did not go out for a request for proposal or bid. Staff connected with CFY Development as they specialize. It's a specialized project, and they specialize in developing affordable housing. So we reached out to CFY Development and negotiated with them. We had a 1-year negotiation period to finalize the terms that are before you this evening. I hope that answered your question.
Okay, Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I have some general questions. I'm happy to let the public go first, and I'll do those after.
Okay, sir. We'll open it up to public comment.
Kyle Swearens, I'll open your mic.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Good evening, staff, City Council, and Mayor. My name is Kyle Swearens. I'm a field representative with Carpenters Local 180 in Slaughter County, and I represent over 1,100 carpenters in the region. I'm here tonight with the same concerns I had when I had met with your housing agency back in May 2019. You have CFY Development, who also acts as the general contractor on their projects. Has a history of wage theft. I would like to reference audit number 4057438/149, which all of you should have received today. In this audit, workers were awarded over $2.5 million, one of the largest, if not the largest, in Northern California that I'm aware of, with some workers seeing over $100,000 in back wages. These workers had to wait 3.5 years for what was owed to them. It's wage theft, and it's also tax fraud. Not only does this hurt the workers and their families, it hurts the communities. Workers should be paid a livable wage, have health care, and on the job site training, not worrying if they will be getting paid for a full day's worth of work. The city should put a stop to wage theft. Here we have an opportunity to do that by reevaluating the DDA and current information received about CFY, incorporate pre-qual language into the DDLA. Also, subsequent ask, adopt, and over-anchoring pre-qual policy for all of the developments in the city of Vacaville. Thank you for your time.
Next caller, please.
Alicia Minion, I'll open your mic.
Hi. I have a few questions and some comments. I thought originally back last year that this particular project was originally planned at 99 units, and now it's approximately 187 units. I'm curious, what was the moment in time where this specification changed, and why did it change? And then I noticed too, just, remember the senior housing project off Elmira, the estimated cost per unit was $499,000. This particular one is $347,000 per unit. And I was just wondering, staff, did you bother comparing and kind of ascertaining why the construction cost on this particular project is $347,000 rather than as compared to the $499,000 on the senior affordable project on Elmira. In addition, I actually want to respond to the previous caller. And so is prevailing wage, do you have to hire union labor on this particular project? Is that a requirement? I noticed too in the clause it said that every effort would be made to hire local workers, but it's my understanding this is a private project. So I'm just curious, did the city actually play a role in, entering into like a project labor type agreement on this particular project. And I wasn't clear at this particular developer, were they actually delinquent on paying their wages for the workers? I'm confused on that. And if that's the case, what's the city's role, considering that in the staff report, it's saying every effort will be made to use local contractors, local subcontractors. So I was actually curious about that. It's unusual to see that in a private project. And then in addition, I was curious, with the loan, the 1.9 million, looks like there's two loans, the 1.9 million loan, it looks like the payment is based on residual receipts. The terms seem really fuzzy. So it seems like conceivably, depending on the rental income and actually the net income of the project, it could be some years that the city doesn't get paid. And if the city does get paid, how's that money going to be used? Is any of the money being diverted back to STA, who actually gave you the grant? So it would be great if staff can discuss the mechanics of the loan payments and how that would flow and if any money would flow back to STA. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily, do you want to field those questions?
Yes, thank you for the questions. The project was, when staff was negotiating with the developer, we did originally talk about potentially 99 units. However, through those negotiations and just early last month, we talked about and decided as part of the negotiation to allow up to 187 apartments. It does meet a community need and will serve our community with below market rate housing units. And to do so, we expanded the area of land at the site. The difference in the senior apartments in part is because while these units are available at 80% of area median income, the senior apartments on Elmira had deeper rent levels at 30% of area median income. So it does add to the cost, and just depending on the financing sources that you obtain can also impact your budget. So we're still in the ballpark of typical construction costs, but this particular project was able to have lower costs. This project is a private project. As I mentioned in the slide, the prevailing wage is not required at this point in time based on the structure of the city's loans. Prevailing wage could be required in the future if another financing source requires that. The request or the requirement to do everything they can to hire union labor is to support job creation in our community in Vacaville. And so the developer has agreed to make every effort to do so. And then on the loan payment, Ms. Vinny, you're correct, it is a residual receipts loan. So after all allowed operating expenses are paid, the income that's remaining from rents would be used to pay the loan back. No portion of that loan repayment will need to go to Solano Transportation Authority and can be used for future affordable housing activities.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Lorraine B., I'll open your mic.
Hello, hi everyone. I have a couple comments, questions. I kind of have a worry about the gentleman speaking about wages not being paid, that maybe we can have stipulations on proper payment and a baseline from starting of what they should pay. Also, I've seen the project over here on Bennett Hill in that area. And it seems like there's not really a lot of space. You got mainly a parking lot, and it looks like project housing with where everybody's compacted really tightly. And I feel you doubling the amount of apartments from overnight is a very, very grave call for concern. You know, I understand trying to give people affordable housing, but even at the, you know, starting 1,200 and something to 1,600 and something, you know what I mean? At a place that wasn't low income housing, you know, and one of the places that was highest in Vacaville, my last residence, you know, at your highest would be the one that I started, you know, ending up in with a single bedroom. And I think that maybe you could try to figure out how to lower that cost and give people maybe a little bit of area instead of adding these extra apartments that people might have a yard, a little bit of area, you know, rec area, you know, not just a parking lot and then your tenant home without any yard, any, you know, feeling it's more like a box, you know, a cubby hole. So these are my thoughts, questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next caller.
Wendy Brecken, I'll open your mic.
Hi, I'm Wendy Brecken. I just wanted to, I'm kind of questioning why this is going straight to City Council instead of to the Planning Commission. It seems that the Planning Commission should be the designated planning agency that reviews this sort of thing, you know, the disposition of property for a proposed project. The Government Code 65100 says that by ordinance, that the functions of a planning agency should be assigned. And since the City Council created a planning agency in the Planning Commission, by just saying in a resolution that the City Council is going to be the planning agency is not legally sufficient, it would seem. It seems that you would need to actually have an ordinance that states that the City Council is a planning agency. So that's my question, is why is the City Council reviewing this instead of the Planning Commission?
Thank you. Emily, would you like to field that question, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you again for that question. Yeah, so Government Code 65100 provides that the City Council is the planning agency unless that role is designated by ordinance to the Planning Commission. So back in 1991, the City Council passed a resolution that it basically affirms Government Code 65100 that the City Council is the planning agency for the City of Vacaville. And the City Council did not delegate that function to the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you. Next caller, please.
Kathy Spatinos, I'll open your mic.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I'm kind of responding to something one of the previous callers made, and that has to do with, this is low income housing. Seems kind of high priced to me also for somebody that's really low income. And I'm really kind of curious what accommodations have been made for environmental justice regarding cramming people into an area and not accommodating the fact that these people are low income. Many of them might not have transportation. What about the walkability? It doesn't seem like that's an area where you're going to be able to, people are going to be able to get around, walk to, for example, the grocery store, or walk to an area that will give them access. And I guess that's a big concern for me also, cramming people into an area and then there's nothing there for their, what is the word, personal satisfaction as to where they live. Are they able to walk places, the greenery, things like that? I'm kind of concerned about that area and those accommodations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other callers, so I'm going to close public comment. I'm going to bring it back to the City Council, and I do see the hand of Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Hey there. So I've got a variety of questions. Ms. Patinos, who just spoke, I just wanted to respond to your question really quick. It is specifically placed there because it is actually next to a transit facility. Immediately adjacent to that is a transit facility with bus access, and it actually backs up to one of the bigger shopping centers and employment centers in Vacaville. So you've got Safeway, Target, all that stuff within, a 5-minute walk. So I totally understand your concerns and appreciate them, but it is a pretty good location, especially in terms of public transit and walkability. But the library's across the street. It's a great spot. The second point I wanted to make, or question I think for Emily. Emily, you mentioned the area median income in the presentation. I don't necessarily need you to do anything tonight, but looking at the census data, the calculation I got was off by, I don't know, $6,000 or $7,000 on the 80%. I'm sure there's something I'm missing. It's probably the area variable, not just Vacaville or something else, but can you double check? I don't need you to do it now or tonight, but can you double check that we have that median income mark correct? I mean, every couple $1,000 helps. And again, it looked off by, I don't know, $6,000 or $7,000 by the census data, but I'm sure there's something I'm probably missing. A couple kind of random left field questions. Do we have the ability to restrict some of this for seniors? So I know it is mostly a private development, but the city's helping with a loan. Could we say that we want 50 units of senior only? Do we have that latitude as a council on this project?
So to your first question about the AMI, I'd be happy to double check and I'll get that information to you. And the ability to restrict to seniors, I think I would like to defer to the developer regarding the senior restriction. That was not a point that was negotiated with the developer, and we had just approved the last meeting, the 60 units for seniors over on Elmira we're excited about, and this project was not designated for seniors.
Okay, so if the council had that desire, are we too far down the road to ask for that at this point?
We could discuss that with the developer. We would delay the project and need to negotiate that, see if the developer was able to do that, and then we would bring that item back at a future meeting.
Okay, I'll just leave that there. I don't know if the rest of the council feels like they'd like to do that or not, but I'll leave that I just want to put it out there. The next comment I had is there is a lot of consternation and public comment and anxiety around a separate project called Walnut Grove. And that is over on Orchard, Monte Vista. Folks are pretty frustrated about the density or the size of the project, specifically the height of the buildings. And, I do sort of agree that in that part of town, the height could be problematic, or at least it will stand out for sure. I really don't mind building as dense as possible on this particular site. I think it makes sense with proximity to public transport, the grocery stores, to the library, to the firehouse. I think this is a great spot to build dense. And unfortunately, in California nowadays, if you want to build housing for people, we just talked about homelessness, you've got to build units. And sadly, density is the way to do that. And no one wants dense housing in their existing neighborhoods. I think this is a great spot. Could we particularly pull some units off or sort of collaborate the two projects to reduce the density on the Walnut Grove project and actually shift some of the density to this project? Is there any possibility of that happening?
Yeah, so the Oak Grove project that's being worked on over on Orchard is with a different private developer. So the ability to sort of move density from one project to the other wouldn't be possible. But we are continuing to work on the other project to address any concerns, any and all concerns with the community.
Okay, and then I have two more questions and I'm done, guys, sorry. So my third question, and one of the callers actually mentioned this, the cost per unit rate was noticeably cheaper than the last project we just approved. And so I am sort of curious as to why. And again, you know, Emily, I posed you some big questions over email. Building housing in California is insanely expensive. And, you know, this came in, I don't know, I think $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 under per unit, which is a pretty nominal savings point when you have that many units. I really hope the housing staff and your team can kind of study the two and figure out what the variables were. I was quite sticker shocked last meeting by that senior housing. And even though this is still pretty costly and, you know, probably costs more than most houses or some houses to build in Vacaville, it is more affordable than last time. So I'm hoping your team can kind of take a deep dive and to figure out what the differences are, the discrepancies are, and maybe like take the best practices and learn what we can apply to future projects. We have to figure out a way to get housing to be more affordable to build in Vacaville. So, and then my last point, and maybe this point kind of is counterintuitive or kind of counters that point, but the very first caller talked about and I don't want to defame the employer or the contractor. I have no idea if they're a good company, bad company, et cetera, et cetera. He did have some pretty strong allegations of wage withholding and some other kind of nefarious, you know, employer practices. Again, I'm not saying those are true or not true. I don't know. But I did take a look at some documents that were shared with us today in my city council email. I personally, and we, I think, made a pretty huge stink at the strategic planning session about getting living wage jobs in Vacaville and attracting good employers. And I think that same spirit or same policy should apply to contractors that are building projects in our town. You know, I want those construction workers that are, ideally, I'd like them to be Vacaville construction workers, but they should be paid a living wage and a fair wage and have fair benefits as well. And so I'm a little nervous tonight about the allegations without having any information to sort of, I don't know what staff can provide or can't provide. Did we have a vetting process? Do we have any way of checking out the allegations tonight about the contractor and kind of these past issues? And I mean, I am a little nervous to move forward without, if this contractor really is one of the biggest, you know, whatever wage garnishment issues in the state of California, that makes me nervous. Do we have any way of validating that or double checking that, or what are your thoughts on that last point?
Yes, we did some research and looking into the information that was provided regarding the settlement on the prevailing wage issue. And the developer, Representative John Cerrone, is here to also talk with you about that. And I'll just summarize, and then I would like for him to respond, is that it was a subcontractor on a job in Sacramento that was not following through on their obligations, and therefore the general contractor has to step in and, you know, repair the damage done by the subcontractor. But John, are you able to speak on that matter, please?
Emily, absolutely. As this is my first time speaking, can the council hear me?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Thank you. Emily, I want to thank you for the staff report and the background on our company. And as Emily pointed out, we have an unblemished history going back decades developing affordable housing. In 2020, we won the Preservation Design Award for the best rehabilitation project in the state of California for our Bellevue project. Our Bartlett Commons apartments in Davis, we won the 2019 Gold Nugget for the best affordable housing in the state of California. And in 2020, we were one of 3 finalists in the entire country for the best affordable housing project. Our Warehouse Artist Loft project in Sacramento won numerous awards in the 2015 time period for being transit-oriented and best regional, and the list goes on for many awards. And you don't win awards like that unless you build quality projects and unless you're a reputable contractor and business person. And we were talking about cost and efficiency. One of the critical elements to winning affordable housing, and it is an incredibly competitive environment that we operate in, is cost efficiency. And in one of the very early iterations of this project, we were talking to your housing department about possibly using project-based vouchers to bring more funds to the project to make more resources available. And one of the thoughts behind that was that if we did that, maybe we could pay a prevailing wage on this. But having looked at it and having looked at the cost that prevailing wage adds, we weren't able to do that. So this project will be a non-prevailing wage project at a market rate. And I understand the first speaker tonight and that they're possibly upset that we're not paying a prevailing wage. And so they raised a labor claim that wasn't targeted at us. It was targeted at one of the subcontractors that we have, because we do build prevailing wage and we also build market rate. And this was on a project in downtown Sacramento a few years ago. And as Emily pointed out, if a subcontractor doesn't respond to DIR, then the general contractor has to. And I don't know anything about all the many millions that he was talking about. I think the claim resolved itself for somewhere around $780,000. And we were exonerated. We did absolutely everything that we should have done. We had language in our subcontract agreements. We had a consultant who monitored all the certified payrolls that were sent out almost every week. We also had an on-site consultant who visited the job sites and who randomly interviewed employees to confirm that the payrolls were accurate. Yet still we had a subcontractor that somehow failed to deliver at the end, and it resulted in the settlement that was ultimately resolved. And I think the number was about $780,000. And though I can't produce it for you tonight, I'd be more than happy to have our labor attorney or somebody write a brief or a summary for Emily to present to you to the council and the city at some later stage. But I could unequivocally tell you that we pay our people on time, we pay our subcontractors on time. And had we known about this early on, which we couldn't because, again, it didn't surface till the end, we would have nipped it in the bud. And thank you for giving me the time to respond.
Vice Mayor, did you still have some comments?
No, I'll let the rest of the council go.
Okay, Councilmember Wiley.
I just had a couple of different questions. And one of them was that I couldn't find it again when I was looking. A while ago, we were talking about the cost in a family of four at 78,000 or something, 73,000. But I don't think there's going to be very many families of four on here because it's mostly studios and one bedrooms and a couple of two bedrooms. So I couldn't find that again. So can you tell me how many studios and how many one bedrooms and two bedrooms? And then another question is just on the whole process, because as I understand it tonight, we are just approving this DDR agreement, and then it will go back to the Planning Commission. And then after the Planning Commission, if they sign off on it, then it will come back to us for more of these details. And I want to make sure that that is correct. And then I wanted to know where CFY is from. And my last question was having to do with prevailing wage and local labor. I mean, we are very fortunate in Vacaville to have the plumbers and pipe fitters building on Peabody Road. It's a wonderful facility. It has great training. And so we want to use local labor as much as possible. And the same thing with carpenters and everyone else. So I really think that that's important to put our people to work here so we don't have people leaving Vacaville to go work on projects somewhere else and people from out of town coming here to work on projects. So those were my comments.
Thank you, Councilmember Wiley. Yes, thank you for bringing up the income limit and the example provided in the staff report. You're right. Unfortunately, I don't have handy the number of units and sizes, but I know the developer, John, would know that. But I wanted to, let me give you some examples for the smaller household size, the income. For one person, it's 51,800. Two people would be 59,200. So you're correct. A smaller house would have a lower income. So thank you for that question. And then after I'm done answering your questions, I can have John run down the unit mix. The process, you named it correctly. So tonight before you is a disposition, development, and loan agreement that spells out the terms. Should the project be successful in obtaining approvals from the Planning Commission and the Council, the terms of this agreement describe how we will transfer the ownership of the property to the developer and how we will provide them a loan through the STA incentive grant. So you're 100% right on that process. And CFY they are from Sacramento, out of Sacramento. And then on the prevailing wage and local labor question, so again, the way this particular project is structured, prevailing wage does not apply. It does, in part, it does affect that cost per unit. As far as local labor, though, as I mentioned, the developer will be making every effort to hire local developers. I know they use, local contractors and labor. And I know they do use local groups for their pre-development activities, their site plans and topographic reports and some of those documents that they are required to have as part of a development project. So they will be putting forth effort in that area.
All right, because I thought that there was some state ruling or state law about having to use prevailing wage for affordable housing, but I'm not sure about what the reference was to that.
Yeah, the state made available some financing. If you use that financing in connection with your affordable housing project, then prevailing wage would apply. So for example, the senior housing project on Elmira Road that Nolan referred to that you took a look at the last meeting, they are required to pay prevailing wage because the state financing source that they obtain for their project requires prevailing wage to be paid. Again, the way this one is structured, there's an exception in the labor code that does not require prevailing wage.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Yes, thank you. So just a quick question. The fact that it did not go out for a bid, is that, can someone please explain to me why that's the case?
Yes, so a bid process is not a requirement. Therefore, staff sought out and connected with a developer that we've worked with in the past that we know has a good reputation, as the list of awards were mentioned by the developer of building affordable housing. It's a specialized product. They have experience doing these dense projects near transit. So based on their experience and reputation and development ability, we worked directly with them to bring this agreement to you for consideration tonight.
Thank you for saying that. So let me ask it maybe a different way. What would require public funds to be used to go out for a bid?
I would refer to the Public Works Director if he's available. Otherwise, I'm happy to obtain that information as soon as possible and get that to you.
Thank you, Emily. Sorry.
Is Grant? This is Grumawok, Public Works Director.
Hey, Gru.
Can you hear me, Mayor and council members? Yes,
sir. Go ahead.
So thank you, Councilmember Silva, for the question. So typically in a public works construction project, if the dollar value of the construction exceeds a certain value per the public contracting code or the city's purchasing policy, then we would have to go out to a formal competitive bidding process and select the lowest responsive and responsible bidder and bring that contract to council for award. In this particular case, this is more of a development agreement than a public works construction project. So I particularly don't see how we can apply directly that requirement, but I would defer to the city attorney or if they have any additional comments.
City attorney?
No, I would agree with what Mr. Amok shared with you with respect to bidding on public works contracts.
Be honest, not too clear.
Councilmember Silva, I don't think I want to jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick, and this is going back to the city attorney. But I just want to be very clear, and I'm if I'm wrong, Councilmember Silva, correct me, but I believe what he's saying is we didn't have to just solely negotiate with this company. We could have brought in a bunch of different companies. We chose to solely negotiate with this, but as of anything, there's nothing that trips it that says that we can negotiate with multiple people. We can put it out, for a request for proposal. We could have done a million different things. There's nothing that stops us from doing that. And I just want to make sure that we get that clarification. We know that this is not a public works project. This was not our project that we were sitting out the bid. I think what Councilmember Silva is saying is we just went exclusively with one person. We could have went out to other people. We could have sent this out. And I would like clarification on that. I hope you don't mind, Mr. Councilmember Silva.
No, I was just going to state that I'm not, respectively, I'm not, I guess what I need to see is the document that kind of just, I'm looking for what situations do requires certain projects to go out to bid. So I was just trying to clarify that.
City Attorney, I was correct in what I said, though, correct?
So that is true in this situation. There were a number of ways that we could have chosen a developer or a company to work with, but as Emily, the Director of Housing Services, explained, they decided to negotiate exclusively with this company based on their qualifications and past experience.
Yeah, so it's just
okay, Councilmember Silva, go ahead.
Speaking for myself, I don't understand what systemically allows us to determine that. So just maybe we could follow up in the future about that. I appreciate it. So then my other question, or I guess really my concern, going back to livable wages for locals that are that are helping to contribute to these projects. I'm kind of curious. It was mentioned that it was the developer, or excuse me, the company CFY Development Inc. was overseeing payroll weekly, yet that still led to a $700,000 settlement. So that's concerning. I'm just, I guess maybe a more specific question: how long did it take to resolve that? Because I'm guessing those are wages that workers were waiting on. So I'm curious to see if, since that was the case, how long did it take to resolve for the workers to get their pay?
Councilmember Silva, this is John Cicerone speaking.
Sir.
In terms of answering your question, it did take several years. I personally wasn't involved in the settlement, so I can't give you an exact time, but the project itself took a couple of years to build, and I don't believe that the wage, the issue with the subcontractor was uncovered till after the completion of the project. So I can't answer your question directly, but again, as I mentioned, I'd be happy to provide a written brief on it for you into the city. I want to stress again, it was not us. It was a subcontractor. And we did comply with with every letter of the law, where we did have certified payrolls delivered weekly. We had a third-party consultant who monitored them, and we had a third-party consultant that visited the job site.
And, I appreciate you guys making it right, but that's a huge concern for me. If it's several years that people were owed money, that's to me that's a huge concern. So what history? So why I got you on the line? What history do you have with hiring local workers, as far as what percentage of workers have been successfully able to hire locally?
When we built the Kimmy's place, Bennett Hill, which is on Callan Street, and then it extends down Bennett Hill Court. I don't remember the exact percentage because that was in 2015, but it was in excess of 50%. It was a very significant number.
Okay. Thank you for answering that. So just, I guess another point, the questions brought up about whether or not this goes to planning or not. I think this is something we can discuss within our study session. I also feel like housing, it's something that I think is very near and dear to a lot of our hearts. And so, I know it's like, I know we have it slated, I think in September, and I could be totally wrong on that date, but, I'm kind of hoping that we pull this up a little bit quicker, because there's a lot of, I think there's a lot of questions and concerns around it. So I'm not sure how council feels on that point. And just kind of going through my list. My other concern is just the cost for the using the units. I totally respect that, we need affordable housing. This helps address, one population, a certain segment of the population was mentioned, like, retail managers and whatnot. But, there's even more folks out there that are making even lower wages. So I don't know. That's another area that I truly want to help address. How do we ensure that those who are working, still full-time jobs, how they can find more accessible, more affordable units. These are working folks, and so I really want to. I know we're working on it as a city. I truly do, appreciate different efforts, but I really like to see how, how we can actually be able to accommodate those who aren't making that level of amount, because they're out there. A lot of them are my students. They're I have students that are currently homeless, living in cars. So just to make sure they can get through college. So it'd be really I don't know. Part of me feels like I can continue want to challenge us, especially if we're using our funds, our general funds to help, or certain funds, bond funds, whatever the source is, to find ways to make even more accessible, more housing, even more accessible. And then, so my last question is on the loan concept. So if there's, what I caught was that if there's not enough, basically at a certain point, the loan would be paid back. Can we explain a little bit more on that? Is there an interest rate associated with that?
Yes, thank you for the question. The loan terms it's a 1% interest. It's a below market interest. And the loan would be paid, repayments are paid out of remaining project income after operating expenses are made. So once the project pays its bills, the remaining funds would be used to pay back the city's loan. They do have the period of time, the term of the loan is 55 years. They can pay it off earlier with no penalty. And I would say based on their other project, they do make annual payments and to pay down that loan as quickly as possible.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
That's all my questions.
Vice Mayor Sullivan. Oh, Councilmember Silva, did you have another question?
I was just saying that's all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So I have two kind of related questions, I guess. I'm still a little confused even after the mayor's comments and Councilmember Silver's comments and then some of the speakers. I'm actually kind of more confused now. So it sounds like this was not a Public Works directed project. This was sort of a special project that we essentially identified a developer to build some housing to meet kind of some of our arena numbers, and kind of it's sort of outside the norm of the prevailing wage scope and some other things. So with that being said, do we have the ability to make special requests or provisions? It sounds like this isn't governed by some of the normal projects that we do. Mr. Cicerone, you mentioned a minute ago that you had roughly 50% of local workers on the Kimmy Place, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, and I guess my question's for staff, could we say that we want to see 65% or 70% of local workers on this project? And I'm not trying to belabor the fact, I know it's really hard to find developers to build these projects. I know we really need the housing, but it does sound like this is sort of a good partnership, and I'm wondering if we also can get something out of it for Vacaville workers. So do we have the ability to add other provisions like local labor requirements? Or, I mean, if we're pulling prevailing wage out, that's a pretty big deal. What other options do we have to help out Vacaville workers is kind of my question. Do we have any latitude there or not? And I guess quickly, I don't want to belabor the point, but what would prevailing wage, I know we said it wouldn't pencil, but what would that add to the cost of the job in terms of percentage, and would that kill the deal? So, sorry, convoluted questions there. First question is, do we have the ability to stipulate things like local labor requirements? Could we say we want 50 to 60% of this job built by local Vacaville contractors and businesses? The second question is, what would prevailing wage actually add to this job in terms of a percentage? And the third question is, would prevailing wage being added to this particular project kill the project?
Vice Mayor Sullivan, may I, John Cicerone, attempt to answer those for you?
Please, Mr. Cicerone, I appreciate it.
Thank you. On the prevailing wage, we seriously looked at that early on, and as I mentioned earlier, we wanted to use project-based vouchers as a method of doing that, which would have enabled us to increase the perm debt on the project and made more funds available. Total project hard cost is about $45 million. I can't give you an exact number, but we do prevailing wage work. And based on our experience, I would estimate that the add to this project would probably be in excess of $10 million. And in terms of your question, would it kill the deal? The answer is yes. I could not be a developer and bring you a project at prevailing wage. I've tried, and I couldn't find the sources of funds necessary to overcome the increase in cost. And hence we've proposed a financing structure which doesn't use prevailing wage. It brings the project in at a very competitive cost. In terms of your question about local work, I'd suggest, as we did, and as Emily has suggested we will do, that we will advertise locally. We'll try to do everything we can to hire locally. And if in fact we're successful like we were before, we'll have a large number of local workers. But I would request that the council not make that a requirement and simply permit to let us do it. I am concerned that if the local proposals and the local bids weren't necessarily the most cost effective, then I might not be able to build it for what I have to build it for.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Cicerone.
Okay, I do have a couple of comments, and I wanted to start off for full transparency, and I talked to our city attorney. There is no conflict, but I do work for the Northern California Carpenters Regional Council, and it has nothing to do with my thoughts on this project. In fact, I wasn't even contacted by anyone until today, just like every other council member was contacted by email. My concerns are from the email that I did receive. It was $1.7 million worth of wages. And then on top of that, there were fine and penalties of an additional like $700,000, which got it up to $2.5 million. And that was in the documentation that is for public knowledge. The second thing is when you guys did the Kimmy project, and I don't want to put any ill will on the Kimmy project, but you guys were fined by the state government for safety violations, for worker safety violations, and I was really disappointed with that too. I do want to talk about the seniors, and I think Vice Mayor Sullivan brought up a very great point, and I would like to piggyback on that. I would really like to see us look at, and I thought there was a slide that said this would be over 55, and maybe I just misread it, but I would love to see this be a senior-only project or a large percentage of it to be seniors. I would also like to see if, and I'm sure that you guys have looked at every aspect of trying to put as many units as you can, but as Vice Mayor Sullivan also added, this is a prime location right next to a transit station, perfect walking distance to everything, shopping, grocery stores, food, restaurants, and obviously the transportation center being right next to it. I would love to see as many units as we can get on there, and go as high as we can go on there. And I know that you did mention that if you did put prevailing wage, it would kill the project. However, I just disagree. There's so many affordable housing projects that go out prevailing wage. And then, there are grants that you can get that will help you offset the cost. And, we don't know what those costs are, that just labor alone on a project is less than 30%. And then it's the difference between, what a wage would be non-prevailing wage and what a wage would be prevailing wage, which is a percentage of that. And then with apprenticeship language, which somebody, a council member mentioned that if you had apprentices on there, the wage goes down. There's all kinds of things that can offset, the prevailing wage rate. And that's why, it's affordable in many other areas that do these projects. And I know that it's competitive, but I was kind of disappointed that you said that you had, looked into that, but it just didn't pencil out. And I kind of wish that it did. And Emily, my question for you tonight would be, and I know you mentioned that they have paid back loans on other projects, but who comes up with, you mentioned if I have so much money left over, if I'm not putting it back into my building, and if I'm not doing something along the lines with that money, then they can actually pay more money onto the loan. But who really decides that? Wouldn't that be the company that decides if they have extra rent money that they don't need to put back into their own building?
Yeah, thank you for your question. So there's a certain set aside in the budget every year for, putting reserves aside for a future repair. And there's that amount too is required by the other funding sources that have a long-term investment, just like the city or will when they obtain the financing. The dollar amount at the end is determined by an auditor, and the city receives those audits and has the ability to review and comment and ensure that the calculation of loan repayment is accurate and acceptable as being in compliance with the city agreement.
Okay, great. So in closing my remarks, I would agree with Vice Mayor Sullivan. I would like to see this come back to us and talk about more stuff for the seniors. I would like to see if we could do more units possibly. I just think we can make a better product, maybe get the price down for this project. And I definitely would like to see the senior aspect. So I appreciate Vice Mayor coming up with that.
This is Emily, and bringing the project back is definitely a possibility. I do want to mention just real quick that that the STA money is contingent upon an affordable housing project, so we would definitely want to continue with that effort. or we would need to return the money to STA. Again, with the parameters provided and questions and comments from the council, we would need to go back, work with CFY development, and see if these terms are agreeable to them. And we would then, if so, we would bring back another item to you, or if not, we would bring another item to you with a course of action to move forward.
Okay, I was going to make a motion, but I do see a hand. Vice Mayor Sullivan, go ahead.
Quick comment. I would be absolutely over the moon if the low income or affordable component that you're talking about was affordable senior wing or affordable senior units or affordable senior something. We did it just add 60 units, I don't know, last council meeting, but that's not nearly, that's a drop in the bucket. You know, I'm constantly getting asked for senior affordable. So, I mean, I appreciate where you guys are going. I think it is worker housing. I think it's going to hit some RENA numbers. I wonder if there's a way to help out our local seniors a little bit more. And so I'd really like to see you take a deep dive there. I completely appreciate Mr. Cicerone's position tonight, and I appreciate him coming out. I'm a little less worried about the subcontractor issue. But, you know, again, I am very concerned about local labor and competitive, you know, wages and benefits for our workers. But the senior piece is really appealing to me as well. And if you can kind of come up with some options about affordable senior, that would be really, really helpful. Or I would be very interested in that.
Okay, I see Councilmember Stockton. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm still wrapping my head around the fact that these units cost $347,000 a piece. But the biggest concern that I have is that at a time where transparency is so important, and you know, we hear that every week, we didn't give anybody else an opportunity to bid on this, whether, you know, it penciled out for them or not. I still think that in order for us to ensure the public that we're being good stewards of their money, that we should open it up for people to bid on, and also to take into account some of the concerns that my colleagues suggested as well, as far as local labor and the addition or agreements regarding senior housing, which I am all in favor of. And so I'd like to thank staff for the work that they've done on this. I'd like to thank everybody that spoke today and answered questions, but I really feel like this is something that we shouldn't be picking and choosing who we just go with on a whim or just because of a past relationship. I just think that that's a way we could really open ourselves up to some problems in the future.
Did you want to make a motion?
I motion that we reject the resolution until we can get more clarifying information on some of the concerns that that have been brought up today.
Okay. Do I have a second? I'll second it. Can we have a roll call vote?
Hey, Ron, can I just ask a question really quick?
Oh, absolutely, Vice Mayor.
Sorry, Mayor. So, I mean, does that, it's not that I don't want to second the motion per se. I'm just sort of confused as to whether or not that sort of encompasses the discussion we're having. Emily or Melinda, does that make sense based on what council's told you so far?
As far as the allowable action, I would defer to the city attorney. But as far as the direction to staff, based on the comments received, I think I'm fine going back and addressing the comments.
So this is Melinda Stewart, city attorney. If I understand it correctly, the motion is to reject the project as it is and direct staff to go back and address the issues.
Yes.
Okay, then that's an acceptable motion.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Wiley.
Sorry, question before we call the vote, or I guess go through with the vote.
I apologize. Councilmember Silva, go ahead.
I'm still not, you know, I'm still not quite clear on the bid. So does that mean if this passes, this is going out for bid or no? Or would the city come back to us with the same explanation?
This is Emily, and my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that we would go back and work with the current developer to see if we could come to terms to address the desire regarding local hiring, senior component, deeper affordability, and to discuss and address prevailing wage.
Perfect. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Wiley? All right, so the motion is to deny it. So if I say yes, I approve, then I'm denying it, correct? So I say
Correct.
yes to the motion.
Councilmember Wiley?
She said yes.
I said yes.
Okay. Vice Chair Sullivan?
I'm saying yes, but I did want to point out, I think we're ignoring Councilmember Silva and Councilmember Stockton's points about the bidding piece, but I'm saying yes as is.
Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva?
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Mayor Roulette?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 9A. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item is a presentation from the Workforce Development Board, giving you an update on their workforce development plan for the next 5 years. Don Burris, our Director of Economic Development Services, is making the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. Don Burris here, Director of Economic Development Services. In a moment, you will hear a presentation from Heather Henry. She is the President and Executive Director of the Workforce Development Board of Solano County. As a requirement of the Federal Workforce Investment and Opportunity Act, the state of California and the Workforce Development Board of Solano County every few years must update the local workforce development plan. So to update this plan, staff from the Workforce Development Board has held several community engagement sessions to solicit feedback from various stakeholders. This feedback will be used to update the local workforce development plan. Ms. Henry is here this evening to share with you what the local workforce development plan is, her efforts to update this plan, and to solicit your feedback on the plan's development. At the end of the presentation, there will be an opportunity for questions and answers, and this presentation does not require formal council action. The objective is for the council to receive the information and to provide feedback. So with that being said, please allow me to introduce you to Heather Henry, President and Executive Director of the Workforce Development Board of Solano County.
Good evening. This is Heather Henry. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Beautiful. So thank you guys for allowing me to come in to share with you today. So just a very quick overview as to what the Workforce Development Board is. In general, what we do is we focus on talent in the community. So that includes kind of overarching trends and approaches, as well as direct services to both our job seekers and our businesses in the community. And one of the ways that I tend to explain what workforce development is it's really the link between economic and community development. And just to give you a very quick highlight of the numbers, last fiscal year, which would be July 2019 to June 2020, so it did incorporate 4 months of COVID, we served about 25,000 office traffic in our job centers. We served about 350 job seekers in our intensive services, and we served over 500 businesses in the county. So next slide, please. Thank you. So the local workforce plans, the goal is that they are consistent with the state's goals and visions. So I wanted to share a little bit of that with you. The California Workforce Development Board really envisions a workforce system that enables the economic growth and shared prosperity, both for employers and employees, especially those with barriers to employment. And doing that by investing in industry partnerships, job quality, and meaningful skills attainment. So they've identified 4 indicators that you see in front of you, and these are indicators that we'll be weaving into our local plan. So if we look at fostering demand-driven skills, that's really about connecting our talent development pipelines, workforce and education to our in-demand occupations and priority sectors. Also enabling upward mobility for Californians. And I've heard a lot tonight about job quality, and that would be connected to this indicator and building economic self-sufficiency and security for individuals. The third is equity and economic justice, and this is really about ensuring that the economy works for everyone. And then the last indicator is around aligning, coordinating, and integrating programs and services. And that's really to try and achieve scale and impact with the customer at the center of all of our programs locally. Next slide, please. So for our local workforce plan, the kind of parameters around what that is really to outline our local strategic vision for the local workforce system over the next 4 program years. So the program years are 2021 to 2024, but that takes us through June of 2025. And then also to provide an action plan for how we reach those strategic goals and vision. What we have determined locally is that the bulk of those next 4 years are really going to be a focus on post-COVID recovery. So our local plan is really about how do we support individuals through COVID and businesses, and then how do we help build a workforce recovery after COVID. And the way that we're looking at it is we're trying to not just get back to normal, but how do we aim for something better? Next slide, please. So I want to share with you some of the things that we're looking at and thinking about in creating the local plan. We are definitely at a time of historic unemployment. You can see the county's monthly unemployment rate from 2012, which was kind of the height of the recession unemployment, coming down through December 2020. And you can see that it definitely was historic unemployment levels. Solano's December unemployment rate is 8.8%. And in Vacaville, that unemployment rate is 7.2%. So in Vacaville, that represents about 3,200 people. But that only tells part of the story, unfortunately. So because our traditional data sets don't really work in a time where it's rapidly changing, we've been looking at the weekly UI claims. And so for Vacaville, between the beginning of March 2020 to the end of February 2021, there's been 36,000 unemployment claims in Vacaville. Now, some of those are repeat claims as businesses have opened and closed, but that is definitely a historic claim number. And about 66% of those claims are in the zip code 95687, just kind of give you a perspective of that. And then the other thing that we look at with unemployment that the unemployment rate doesn't show is that we're also at a point right now about a 50-year low of our labor force participation. And what that means is that a lot of people are taking themselves out of the labor shed and not looking for work. And so we attribute that to fear of the economy, early retirements due to COVID, or people taking themselves out to be able to support children's distant education. Okay, next slide, please. The other thing that we're really looking at from a data standpoint is employment change. So the unemployment numbers are based off of residents, whether they're working in or outside of the area. The industry numbers represent number of jobs in the area, regardless of whether the workers are local or from other areas. So the employment change numbers are only kind of at the county level in an easily accessible way. So, but what this shows us is that we had a 5-year job gain that led us up to about 144,000 jobs in the county at the beginning of February or during February. We lost all of that 5-year gain in the first 6 months of COVID. We are starting to get those back. And currently we're at about 93% of the jobs, but that's still about 10,700 jobs that have not been regained yet. And one of the things that we did really notice in the first months is the layoff notices that we received from businesses. The largest percent of layoff notices were from the Vacaville area. And we attribute that mainly to a lot of the retailers and hospitality in the Nut Tree area. So you can see that in kind of the representation of the employment change. Leisure and hospitality, our restaurants and retail, we all know have been the hardest hit. So the orange is the year change from December 2020 to December 2019. And then the month changes over the last month. So leisure and hospitality has been hit, healthcare and education, and it's more kind of our subsidiary healthcare, like our dentists, our optometrists, and then also included in that is our child care providers. And they have definitely had a significant hit during COVID as well. And then other services would include your hair salons and your bars and your nail salons. Next slide, please. So these are the major employment considerations that we're thinking about and that we're seeing in the data. One piece is we're very concerned about our young adults. Our young adults unemployment rate is significantly higher than the average unemployment rate. And we attribute that to the fact that our hardest hit industries are usually those that are employed by individuals that are under 25. If we think about retail and restaurants, it's usually a younger workforce. And what concerns us about this, about half of our unemployment in the county are individuals under the age of 35. That means that for our older groupings in that young age group, they were hit by the recession and they're also hit by the pandemic recession. The other consideration that we've been thinking about is that nationwide, about a third of our workforce have children under 14. So that means that the childcare and distance learning challenges have really impacted our employment and industry. Another thing that we're paying attention to is that there's been a significantly larger impact on our low-wage workers during the pandemic. And it's been about a 40% decrease in our low-wage workers. Another thing that has really been highlighted as a result of the pandemic is digital literacy and digital access. And if we think about how businesses are changing kind of their workforce considerations, it's those middle skilled jobs that have been adding more of the digital literacy components, software pieces, online appointment scheduling. Yet a lot of our workforce doesn't have a lot of that digital literacy piece. And then also it makes it more challenging for our education providers because a number of Americans are uncomfortable with digital learning. And then the last big employment consideration that we've been looking at is that worker priorities have honestly shifted as a result of this pandemic. This is a North Bay survey of employees, and about 60% now want to look at the values that an employer has and how much they value staff, as well as kind of balancing more the personal and the job piece of it. So these are all the things that we're thinking about as we start looking at our post-COVID recovery. Next slide, please. So when we pull all of these pieces together, what we've done, what we've seen, and then we also held stakeholder engagement sessions in kind of 3 topic areas. And I just want to say a thank you to Councilmember Wiley because she did attend some of these and provided some great insight in those. But these are kind of categorized the pieces that we're really going to be including into our local plan and for your feedback. So if we look at the workforce concerns, obviously one big concern is losing that small business base. So we know that over the past year that we're about 35% less of our small businesses being open than we were a year ago. And like I said before, the industries that we're particularly looking at that have been hit the hardest are hospitality, our nonprofits, childcare, and other services. Also, that other piece about impact on lower skilled jobs, a lot of those that are the hardest hit because of COVID are those that were already vulnerable. We're already either below poverty level or we're at the edge of poverty level. And when we think about the lower skilled piece of it, about a half of our counties unemployed as a result of COVID, have a high school level education. And so it really kind of showcases to us the individuals that have been hit the most because of COVID. Another thing that we know is going to happen as a result of this, of kind of the unemployment piece, is it's definitely going to increase the risk of poverty and homelessness. And a lot of the research is showing that the anticipation after this recession is that our homelessness is going to be twice what it was at the end of the 2008 Great Recession. And then one thing that we heard a lot, particularly from our business community, was the impact of remote work and changing the infrastructure of our businesses and the new kind of worker considerations about remote work, what that means. Some of our conversations with our economic development providers are that less time commuting means that they can spend more time in the community, and how's that going to change for destination entertainment, for example. And then also as part of that, it's really kind of highlighted the digital literacy needs of our workers and the digital access needs of our workers. And that's both for our workers that are currently employed as well as those trying to get into the workforce. And then the last thing that we've really kind of noticed over the past 4 to 6 months is that we're seeing a growing mismatch of talent supply and demand. So a lot of the businesses that are coming to us are having a hard time finding workers. And a lot of our job seekers that we're working with are really looking for remote opportunities for safety concerns and for childcare concerns. And that mismatch is there, and trying to look at what those indicators are and how we can address some of those pieces. So just kind of focusing on a couple of these other pieces. So as a result of COVID and kind of the state's goals, we are looking definitely more at equity. And in our world, equity is really about closing the gap so that race or other identity factors don't predict one's workplace success. What we have seen internally with our information is that we have a good representation of our vulnerable communities that access the workforce services and that succeed in workforce services, but we are definitely seeing that wage disparity between our populations. So this kind of connects to the plans that we have around having a stronger customer-centric partnership, strengthening our supportive services, and having better geographic representation in our community. The other piece is around job quality. And the way that Workforce defines job quality is that there are wages that cover basic living needs, which you may have heard of as family sustaining wages, that there are safe working conditions, that there are stable and predictable hours, and that there are benefits that support a healthy and stable life. And that really can be seen as a continuum. So what we're building into our plan is expanding the availability of quality jobs. And this really relates to Vacaville's recovery plan around biomanufacturing and the local workforce readiness and the training programs and logistics. Those are all pieces that are in Vacaville's planning. And then also building career pathways in some targeted industries and working with our education providers to strengthen those systems. And then the last piece is really around digital access and literacy. How do we improve the connectivity for our communities? And then how do we start building in digital literacy into our occupational training programs and into our job readiness systems? And that kind of goes along with Vacaville's plan around upskilling workers as well. So those are some of the things that we are talking about and looking at and including in our local plan. If you go to the next slide, please. What we're really interested from Vacaville City Council is, does this match what you're seeing in your local community? And what elements of these things that I've been talking about do you feel are most important to Vacaville's community? And with that, I will close my presentation. And
thank you so much for the presentation. I do appreciate it. I don't see any, no, everybody's hands popping up now. So we'll start with Councilmember Silva.
I popcorn in here. Thank you for presenting, Heather. I really appreciate it. So actually, if we can leave this slide up, Does this match the local community with what we're seeing in our local community? You mentioned that the wage disparities, and I'll be quite blunt and honest. I'm tired of hearing about it. We've been talking about it for quite some time, as in academics, in government, in different, quote unquote, equitable areas. And the question is, what are we going to do about it? And I'll be even a step further honest that one of the things that I noticed is that we're not totally including folks who have been successful within these systems. We're not including those who are struggling to overcome their disparities in these actual solutions. Quite often, what we're having is solutions being brought up or developed by people who maybe haven't always gone through or experienced what people are going through. And then we have another political element of it all. With respect to who we feel should have access to these services or access to training and whatnot. So that's my I guess my what I want to express there. So what plans are there to actually help us address these wage disparities?
Oh, that's a question. Got you. Sorry. So as far as the wage disparities, we have been doing some internal review because we definitely feel that we need to kind of check ourselves as well as that in that process. And so one of the things, for example, that we have noticed is that there tend to be certain occupations that workforce systems focus on, and that we tend to kind of, just as an entire system, not just the workforce board, do coaching to support. And so as far as getting people into the system, trying to make sure that we are supporting the right occupations that will lead to family sustaining wages. On the business side, we've been talking with some of our businesses that we work with about how to kind of look internally and how do we build some tools around equity and job quality so that we can educate our business community and help them and provide some of that technical assistance to make adjustments in that area. So we're open to other suggestions as well.
So I suggested, so does that include a diverse, so when we're coming up with those solutions, is that including diverse perspectives, diverse experiences?
Yeah, we do surveys of our job seeker population. As I said, that the individuals that are in our programs represent our community and actually represent more of our vulnerable populations in service delivery than in the normal population. And so we've been doing some outreach and some surveys to make sure that it's connecting to that and what the major barriers are to them being successful. And that's part of where the fear piece and the remote piece and the childcare piece is coming from, is from our participants and those that we're working with in those communities.
So is there a way to include folks that have had these diverse experiences, not just in the survey, but the actual implementation of solutions on how to address where is appropriate within Solano County?
Yeah, I'd be happy to talk a little bit more about what that might look like. One of the things that we have done previously, we do work around reentry, for example, and we have a systems impacted in Solano County and Solano network. And that was a big piece to make sure that we have those that have been impacted by the system included in that solution development. So that is something that we do feel is important to make sure that all of those perspectives are heard. And as we move along in this piece of it, definitely open to making sure that we have the right people there and any suggestions you have on who that might be.
Yeah, so thank you for that. So I just want to be clear and just in general, whenever we're talking about disparities, whenever we're talking about racial injustice or any of these equitable terms, what's kind of getting to me is that the solutions that are being designed aren't actually including the people that it's impacting. The surveys are cool, but I think reality that I'm not, and I don't know what the response rate for that is, and I'm happy to hear that there are serving population, serving those within that demographic. But if we truly want to actually start addressing the disparities, we have to be more inclusive in bringing people from those diverse experiences within those discussions to see how we can implement it. And that's just one step to this bigger barrier that I think why we continue just to keep looking at this and continue to have this same narrative. Otherwise, quite often is something that that discourages me. Is a lot of times, we're just trying to do things as like, oh, we included this diverse person. Oh, we included this diverse person, and I've been on those. Hey, right. We got to hit this quota to have, say that we had diverse representation from low-income areas or whatnot. But are we truly incorporating those voices, those experiences as part of that solution that we are trying to truly address? So that's I just want to share that. And I think one area to where we can really, I really hope to see as we move forward, how can we truly incorporate our K-14 system? So K-14, that's what I'm referencing there, is our K-12 system, along with our community college system that can work together and kind of bridge that gap towards meeting the needs of, as you mentioned, businesses and workers. Because there is a gap there as well between our academics and how we can apply our academic knowledge to what's actually applicable in the business world. And I think a lot of that has kind of come up in different talks is how do we actually address that to maybe after school programs? A lot of what happens in public education, a lot of it's confined by ed code, but I think finding ways to kind of bridge that gap is really important by fostering that through that next generation. And I guess the last piece I just kind of want to address is so one of the areas, particularly within so something I just call a side hustle, although for some people it's their primary source of income. So one thing I've heard from a lot of locals, and this is, whether they're from here, moved here or born here, is that it's a struggle to be able for them to open up a certain side business. A lot of them naturally might be more inclined or have skill sets for food, so they're trying to look to have, maybe get a street vendor, food handling concept. So I think another area that I truly want to learn more about is how can we speed up that process to where if someone wants to open up a business, they don't have to necessarily go through a consultant, and that we can expedite the ability for those who are investing in themselves, investing in the community, of how we can expedite that area. And I'm not sure how workforce development plays into that, but I think that's definitely an area that fostering that innovation, fostering that entrepreneurship, and being able to pay that forward to the community. I'm hoping we can, again, come together to find ways to make that happen. So, anyways, thank you, and I definitely look forward. I'm going to reach out, and I definitely look forward to meeting and learning more. Thank you.
Great.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
May I make one
comment?
response to that? Yeah, so one thing that I didn't mention because of the focus of this is that we are the host of the Small Business Development Center for Solano County. And one of the projects that we're working on together is supporting the MACO capability in Solano County. It's the Micro Enterprise Home Kitchen. I think I got that acronym correctly. And that is actually a perfect example of how we can support people in building that side business. But excited to hear more about that.
Would it be possible for you to, or I'll reach out, but if possible, could you send me more information on that? I'm not giving direction, and you're not my employee, but
yeah, that's fine. So I can definitely connect with Don and make sure he has that information to share with all of you guys. Does that work?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, Heather.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
First, thank you so much, Ms. Henry, for coming tonight. This is the first time since I've been on council that we've had our WIP partners out, and I'm just really excited to be here. So thank you for emailing us and soliciting input, and thank you, Dawn, and your team for connecting with Heather and bringing her here. Mike or Councilmember Silver, if you do connect, I would love to be part of that discussion. This is sort of my wheelhouse as well, and I'm very excited by this topic. So I have a bunch of comments and questions, I think. So you're here for a couple of reasons tonight. One is sort of feedback on kind of what we're seeing locally, and then two is to answer questions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Whatever works for you.
So the first thing that I kind of wanted to bring up, and I think that this is a great step towards that goal, is economic development is sort of like homelessness. It's like everyone's problem, but it's nobody's problem. And so what I mean by that is you have all these different groups that sort of work on economic development. So you have your WIB, you have the Economic Development Council, you've got county employment services that do CalWorks, or they do WIOA or CalFresh Employment and Training. You've got the bids, you've got the community colleges, you have the chambers of commerce, and then you have the city economic development staff. And they're all sort of working in like the same direction, but oftentimes it's not super well coordinated and connected. And honestly, when you sort of leverage all those powers and kind of get them all together, you really can create some beautifully powerful kind of local economic development tools, plans, programs. You know, you could really build good local jobs. So I guess that's more of a statement, just kind of in my own observation. And I guess my question to follow up to that point is, how can we as a city help to continue to foster this collaboration and get all those economic development voices in the room and all of us working on the same page? Are there things as a city we can do to support your mission and also kind of bring in all those other stakeholders?
Yeah, I think the work that's been done around the Vacaville Economic Recovery Plan is a really good start to that, because there's a lot of really good pieces in there. And I know that at Workforce, we've already connected and talked through with City of Vacaville Economic Development staff on that. We do also have good connections with the chambers. I think one of the things that is a challenge just in workforce development in Solano County is that each city has very different kind of cultures and industry priorities, and Vacaville has done a really good job in kind of trying to make that connection with us. And one of the things that I have seen Vacaville do is having kind of joint economic development meetings with businesses. And we always thought that was a great kind of practice in doing that and trying to bring those groups together. Where I do see, just to be perfectly honest, is that you talk about all these groups working on economic development. We also feel that there's all these groups working on workforce development, and that alignment, I think, is really going to be key if we want to see the recovery go the way that we all want it to go. So I would just continue to encourage kind of that connection to our larger workforce board, and just taking some of those steps and trying to make sure that our education and our workforce and economic development are connected would, as you said, really would provide a huge, powerful response.
Who represents Vacaville currently on your board, either as city staff or as major employers?
So Genentech is on our board. We also have, I'm trying to think of our different business partners here. We do have a lot of kind of county-wide pieces. So we have our Trades Council, and we have our Central Labor Council that represents the whole county. Mm-hmm. We are on the Economic Development Advisory Council for Vacaville. And then I'll have to get back to you on the other businesses that are specifically like based in Vacaville, but I know Genentech is our largest representative from Vacaville.
Okay, and then can we have our economic development staff or a representative attend from the city?
Yeah, they're public workforce meetings, so anyone can attend.
Okay, I think it would be great to do. Who operates our WIOA program in Solano? Who's actually running the subsidized employment programs and the benefits and all that? Is that you, or is that a contractor, or who's running those programs?
So for our adult programs, we do provide direct services. So we are providing the direct services ourselves since we are a nonprofit. For youth, we do part of it. And then we also contract with Solano County Office of Education for targeted communities.
Can we request reports on, or do you have data somewhere that shows kind of the impact of the youth and the adult programs in the various cities?
Yeah, we can do that by city. Absolutely.
Okay. That'd be great. I've got quite a few more questions. Sorry. So you mentioned the claim information earlier, which was fantastic. I really appreciated that. One of the barometers that I like to kind of keep an eye on, and I haven't been able to find this data for Solano County, is the weekly claim information. So do you know what our baseline claim weekly rate was? Maybe like in January of 2020, kind of what were we seeing kind of on deck from UBI in terms of the weekly claim rate, and where are we kind of at now? Do you have that tracked down to the weekly number?
I do. So we were about 100. Just, do you want Solano County or do you want Vacaville?
If you have Vacaville, that'd be awesome, but Solano's fine as well.
Yeah, so at the beginning of March, kind of the early part of the year, you guys were averaging about 100 a week as far as weekly claims.
Gotcha.
The height of it was that last week in March, and that was 2,977 claims.
And what's our new like normal now?
Your new normal now is it's been going up and down, but I would say it's an average of 300.
Okay, so we're about 3 times normal. Okay. That's awesome. So I guess that some of the feedback points that I wanted to add is, you know, Vacaville, we're all in on biotech. So anything you guys can do specifically to support biotech, whether that's subsidized employment, there's training stipends, college that provides some of the training. So anything you can provide in terms of support in the biotech sector or biotech pathways for Vacaville would be, am I losing my internet here? Would be tremendously.
We hear you, Sullivan.
Sorry, guys. I think there's a storm or something. Would be really, really helpful. The other piece of feedback that I wanted to provide, Ms. Henry, really quick, in an area that I think Councilmember Silva touched on a little bit as well, is entrepreneurs. I like the term side hustle. I think that makes a lot of sense as well. There are a lot of people in Vacaville that start insurance companies, real estate businesses, title companies, small mom and pop shops, or, you know, they do other side hustles like detailing cars or this, that, or the other. There's really not a good way to learn how to do that. And I know that we have a really great resource in the small business development group that's here in Solano as well. But, you know, unless your family was in that or you have some sort of mentor, it's really hard to get into that sector. And that seems to be a pretty promising career path in Vacaville that is sort of lucrative. So, you know, anything that the WIB could do to design pathways to support entrepreneurs or side hustles, I think would be very, very appreciated locally here. And then you mentioned the gap earlier. So the gap, and I'm seeing the same gap in Yolo County, is that you have jobs posted, but you don't have workers that are willing to get those jobs, but unemployment's going up. My theory, honestly, is not necessarily just the safety issue. It is the enhanced unemployment benefits are sort of disincentivizing people from going back. But it's also that the jobs being offered are fairly low wage, no benefits, and they're on the front line. So it's kind of similar to what you're saying, but I think the problem is we're basically saying, hey, you know, you got laid off from your job making X amount of dollars per hour, go back to work at this retail store, front line for minimum wage with no benefits. And on top of that, you're going to lose your enhanced UIB. So I'm not sure if you're seeing that here. It's not necessarily a mismatch. It's more the jobs being offered are not great jobs. And people aren't really willing to risk their lives or their health to go work at retail. So part of it is the jobs we bring back. They have to be comparable or better. And I know that's the million, like, how do you do that, right? It's the $1 million question.
Well, we do have some thoughts on that, but yes, you're absolutely right. If I had gone into more detail, these are things I could talk hours about, right? That is where a lot of that mismatch is, because the jobs that are open right now are the in-person jobs, and they are predominantly low wage. Whereas our job seekers, particularly those that were lower waged or lower skilled before, are seeing an increase in the unemployment that's actually putting them slightly above poverty instead of below poverty where they were. So those two pieces together are creating that mismatch. And one of the things we've started to kind of educate businesses on is that if you want to be able to bring people back, you're really going to have to show the benefit piece and the safety piece and the value piece. So I absolutely agree with you.
Okay, that's awesome. And then I guess my big picture, just feedback to give you in general, I think, and I really appreciate you coming out and taking this feedback tonight. So my biggest concerns in Vacaville and probably across the county would be the growth in living wage jobs. So it's not just adding warehouses and Amazon and all that, like they have to be living wage jobs people can support themselves on. So however we do that is vital. The second is reviving the county's downtowns. So Vacaville's downtown's a little better off than maybe some of the others, but you know, driving through downtown Fairfield or some downtown there's just tons of vacant storefronts. Our downtowns are being decimated. I'm not sure if we need to talk about evolution or changes or, you know, I don't know, but downtowns are a big business driver for those entrepreneur side hustle folks, and they could use some love and some help. And then really, I think building new industries. I think Vacaville and Solano Community College were sort of a little before their time in attracting Genentech and building the four-year biotech program and really creating sort of their own little kind of microclimate. I think the more the county can do that together, and I think biotech is probably the strategy, the more we focus our energies on creating kind of that placemaking aspect where like Solano County or Vacaville is known for blah. You know, it's like when you think of certain places, you think of this industry. And I think we're just getting there with biotech here in Vacaville. I know we've got BioRed and Benicia, but the more that we kind of brand as a county, I know the EDC and others are doing this, I think there's some leverage there. And then my last piece of feedback, and I hope you'll take this one back with you. In my opinion, in across the state of California, the biggest gap in workforce services or the biggest gap in employment services is getting homeless people jobs. And what I mean by that is most of our traditional employment programs are designed for someone who's work ready. They're designed for someone who lost their job. They have a steady place to sleep in, a house or an apartment. They could take a shower. They're ready to get another job. You hear this old like bootstraps, lift them up and pull them out from under the bridge and give them a job. That is near impossible. And so I think that one of the biggest needs in the county and probably across the state of California is literally how do you get someone who's homeless, living under a bridge or living in a creek or living in a park that maybe has substance use issues, that maybe has mental health issues, that maybe has physical health issues. How do you get them from under that bridge or in that park to fully employed? And that's a pathway. That's a process that takes time. It takes patience. It takes heart. And the only program I've seen in California that really does that and does that well is a program called Downtown Streets. And again, we need more programs to get from the street to employment. And the traditional employment systems, CalWorks, WEO, CalFresh ENT, they all seem to miss the mark. And so I don't know if you could find something like that in Solano, but that would be awesome. Those are all my comments. I'm sorry for taking so much time and thank you for coming out.
Oh, thank you. I think those were all great and things that we've been thinking about.
Councilmember Roberts. Yeah, thanks, sure. Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I just had a couple questions for you. So I know you mentioned that 30% of the workforce, the 25% under, which I'm guessing is primarily a big chunk of that 42% decrease in low wage jobs as well. What are your projections on those returning as counties and cities begin to open up since we're back in the red tier? Do you project those jobs to come back as we progress in the tiers?
I do think that they will come back. What we are seeing is kind of twofold, that our not all of our small businesses are going to come back. So we're going to lose some of those jobs, right? Yes. The other thing that we're seeing is that because due to COVID, we've seen accelerated automation. We were already as an economy moving towards automation, and this has really accelerated that. And so one of the things we are seeing a little bit more is that technology is shifting, not necessarily how many jobs there are, but what the jobs are. And what we're trying to start preparing for now is what is the skill shift that we need to support people in so that they can continue to be successful and go back to work.
Okay. And then moving on, the next bullet that I have is you mentioned that 50% of people would like for jobs for the workplace and not necessarily want to move, but work for a better company. Are you providing any emotional intelligence, organizational leadership, introspective type leadership courses to help these managers and organizations become these culturally acceptable or culturally desired organizations? Because the nonprofits I work with, you always hear culture is king, and that's what keeps people working for you. So with the workforce and maybe in conjunction with the SBDC, is there anything for managers or business owners to embrace that cultural change to make it more desirable?
So SBDC is doing a little bit of that. The NorCal SBDC has been working on this inclusivity project to start and support businesses in that. That's one of the things that we have seen over the past year as a big need. And so that's what we're planning to do over the next couple of years, because we agree with you. We think that kind of education and technical assistance is going to be needed.
Yeah. if available, I'd love to work with you guys on some of that stuff, because part of what I've done through the military and nonprofits is teach organizational leadership and emotional intelligence type stuff. So I'd love to collaborate with you guys and helping put something together for our community. Yeah, the last thing I have is regarding the digital literacy that's been brought up several times. It's a huge part. But the problem I see is people aren't getting the jobs because they don't necessarily have the digital literacy capabilities that they need, but then almost all jobs and trainings require digital literacy to get those jobs in the first place. So you're kind of like in catch-22. You need the digital literacy to get it, but then if you don't get the job if you don't have it. So is there any action being taken to target those people that don't have those digital skills? Because if you don't know they exist online or don't know that LinkedIn or GovJobs exist, you're not going to know to look there to apply for a job in the first place. So is there anything more traditional route, like working with EDD to get mailers out to those people that don't have that digital literacy so they can then attend stuff to learn about it?
There's a lot of great points in what you just said. So our Vallejo Job Center, which is in the EDD building, has been closed since March. We have kept our job center open in Fairfield throughout the pandemic. And one of the reasons we did that was because we knew with everything going online with UI benefits, not everyone was going to be able to do that effectively. And to be honest, we were right. And so a lot of kind of our digital literacy learnings and access and how we're trying to support people has come from we've had about 10,000 office traffic in our Fairfield Job Center since the beginning of the pandemic, and digital literacy and access is huge in the population that's physically come to us. So we have started identifying digital assessment tools, and to be honest, we're really we've identified and we've assessed, and we're just at the beginning of addressing a solution for it. But I agree, we're seeing the same thing you are, and that's what we want to be able to focus on over the next couple of years.
Okay, and yeah, just one more last thing is for like getting the word for the entrepreneurship to help fill these local businesses. This is probably more direct towards SBDC, but are they doing anything in particular to promote themselves? Because I know most people that may be sitting in the living room and get an idea that they want to open a certain type of business, just the average person has no idea that Small Business Development Center even exists anywhere. I happened to go through their next level training program like 7 years ago when it was next to the college. And so, yeah, it's a great resource, but the only reason I knew about it is because one of my teachers mentioned it. But yeah, the average person probably doesn't know they exist. So do you know if they happen to have resources or a plan to get that out there to help fill that local business vacancy?
Yeah, so kind of both the WDB and the SBDC, we did a huge outreach push during COVID, and we used methods that we hadn't traditionally used. SBDC has, I think it's either tripled or quadrupled the amount of new clients over the past year over previous years. And I think a lot of it was support with the PPP and the EIDL loans, and that really kind of helped people see the SBDC as a support. But that is we definitely are talking about how to make sure that we are continuing that message in the community. So I'm definitely open to that. One of the things that we have identified together and that the WDB is leading around kind of trying to build that job quality and entrepreneurship is one of the things we recognized with our small business community is that social media was a challenge for a lot of our small businesses. So we have actually launched a partnership with Facebook to Facebook's training them, and then we're funding the work experience for job seekers to be able to be at small businesses. And one of the things that we're hoping is that will actually create jobs in that sector. So that's one of the ways that we're trying to address it, but there's so much more we could be doing.
Awesome. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
Hello, I just have a few comments, but thank you very much for your presentation. And one of the questions was, does this match what the local community is seeing? And part of our discussion from public comment and earlier this evening talked about houselessness, and your statement that, you know, it's going to be double what it was in the last recession is another reason why we need to be dealing with that. And we also had business dealing with housing and looking at low income housing for the people that really needed it. So everything that you're doing and the labor force is just a very integral part of the whole city. And another thing we've talked about earlier was trying to cut our vehicle miles traveled, and we have people, you know, traveling out of town and other people coming in town. So having local workers would really help with that, and climate control as well. And just having a variety of jobs. When I went to those trainings you had, you know, just the issue with like not having enough childcare workers, because if people don't have childcare, then they can't do the other jobs that they need. And then the childcare workers need to have the skills like the digital literacy and other things to promote themselves to get the job. So it's also interconnected. But I just want to thank you so much for all of your work and being here tonight as well. And working with the other groups in Solano County that do similar jobs so that we can all work together toward the same goal. And then so it's just, you work with the labor force and the employers and the other resources. And now you're here working with city leaders and trying to get information. So the whole point is we should be able to serve the people in our county. So thank you so much for working toward that goal. So that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will open it up to public comment. I do see one person that's got their hand up.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic. Edward Russell's hand went down. I see no hands.
Okay. I will close public comment, and I will thank you very much for your time and for your presentation. We have no action on that, so we will move to item 9B, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This next item is an update on the 2020 Annual General Plan Progress Report. Our Senior Planner, Tyler Hayes, is here to make a presentation for you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Council. I'm just waiting for the slides to come up. There we go. Next slide, please. Oh, there you go. So in 2015, the City Council adopted our existing general plan, our Energy Conservation Action Strategy, which serves as the city's climate action plan. The idea behind that is to identify policies that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. That same year, they certified the environmental impact report that addressed both of those documents. Also in 2015, the City Council adopted our existing housing element. Together, these four documents identify the goals, policies, programs, and mitigation measures that are compiled into the 2020 General Plan Implementation Plan, which has been provided to you in your packet. We also use this General Plan Implementation Plan as our annual progress report, which is required to be submitted to the state by April 1st of each year. The reason we are required to prepare and submit this plan to the state is to ensure that we are actively using these documents and we make course corrections as necessary. In addition to that, the idea behind preparing this report is to improve any implementation of these documents and to set annual implementation priorities for this year. Next slide, please. So through the year 2020, city staff has been quite busy working on various implementation tasks associated with the documents we just covered. Some of those include preparing the VMT, or the Vehicular Miles Traveled Thresholds, and the environmental clearance document that goes along with it. At the same time, with that document, we are working on updating our Energy Conservation Action Strategy Plan, which was previously mentioned by another council member in the last presentation. We are also working on completing our comprehensive zoning code update, which we hope to have before the City Council sometime this summer. We are working on our downtown specific plan, which is scheduled for completion in the fall of this year. We are beginning work on what we call a housing strategy. This is a comprehensive analysis of the city's housing needs, ranging from everything from low-income housing up to the type of housing that's necessary to support new business ventures in the city. We are in the beginning stages of updating our housing element to cover the next housing element cycle, which extends from 2023 through the year 2031. We are hoping to complete our AB 1600 Development Impact Fee Study, which is accompanied by the completion of our master infrastructure studies and our capital improvement program plan. So this is what we've been working on this past year, and staff is currently recommending that these remain our priorities for the year 2021. At the end of this presentation, we will be asking the City Council whether or not they agree with these recommendations, and we will take notes accordingly. Next slide, please. So for the bulk of our presentation, I'm going to focus on our housing element update. The housing element is one of the mandated chapters of our general plan. However, unlike the general plan, we are required to update it more frequently. Right now, the city is required to update it on an 8-year cycle. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, this is one of the mandatory chapters of our general plan. And this document identifies housing policies that address all income groups. In addition to that, it also addresses special needs groups such as seniors and our, I believe we're calling them houseless people as well. In addition, the housing element differs from our general plan because we are required to report our progress on this document through a series of standardized forms that's submitted directly into the California Department of Housing and Community Development. You do have some of those forms available to you in your packet. It is required that we submit to this form to the state by April 1st of each year in order to remain eligible to receive various grant money, which can be used for everything from planning to providing infrastructure improvements throughout the city. Next slide, please. So this is a very high-level overview of how we are assigned our regional housing needs allocation, or put another way, the number of homes we must provide opportunities for through our 8-year housing element planning cycle. So every 8 years, the California Department of Housing and Community Development decides how much our region needs to provide in terms of the number of homes, and those homes based on various affordability levels. Those numbers are then given to our region. We are part of the Bay Area Association of Governments. That is part of a 9-county area in the Bay Area. From there, AVAG, as they are known for short, will give those numbers to both the cities and the counties within that area. And then it is up to us to adopt a housing element that demonstrates that we are providing ample opportunities for that type of housing to be constructed within the time allotted within our community. Next slide, please. So once again, we are reporting on our existing housing element. The existing housing element covers 2015 through the year 2022. At the beginning of 2023, we will transition to our newer housing element. Within our existing housing element, we are required to provide housing opportunities for 1,084 units. And these units are further broken down into various income groups as shown on the slide before you. Next slide, please. So the income groups are determined by a certain percentage of the Solano County area median income. The area median income for each county is determined on an annual basis. And in the year 2020, the Solano County AMI for a family of 4 was determined to be $95,400. So on the slide, we are showing what a family making various percentages of the AMI would be eligible to afford in terms of purchasing a home. Now, I would like to note that this is really for illustrative purposes only. We had to make some assumptions. Some of those assumptions include, we assume that everything here would be based on what we call an FHA loan, which would require 3.5% to 4% down. It also assumes that no more than 30% of the monthly income of the household would go towards housing and other liabilities. And we also assume that there's no other debt within the house itself. So again, I really want to focus on the fact that this is for illustrative purposes only. Another way to look at this is to think this is our best case scenario. Next slide, please. So here we have an overview of how we have been performing not only last year, but through the housing element time frame, which again began in 2015. So last year we issued 678 housing permits. Of those, 10% or 10 of those units were deemed to be affordable to very low and low income households. I should note that all those units are accessory dwelling units. 32 homes were deemed to be affordable to a moderate income household. Those are essentially our smaller homes within the various subdivisions, which are currently under construction. And the remaining units were deemed to be affordable to people making above moderate income. The above moderate income are those households that make over 120% of the area median income. Now, looking at what we've done from 2015 to now, we have issued a total of just over 2,300 permits. And you can see how that's been broken down through the various income groups. The city has met its RHNA, that's short for our Regional Housing Needs Allocation, for income groups, including our moderate and above moderate groups. However, we have not yet met our RHNA for our very low and low income households. These are households that make no more than 80% of the area median income. This is quite common throughout the state of California. The only way we can typically provide housing for low and very low income households is to find a way to subsidize it, such as what was being discussed earlier tonight as part of the Allison Drive apartment complex. Next slide, please. So this slide shows a summary of one of the tables that has been provided to you in your packet. This slide corresponds with Table A2, and it identifies the residential permits that were issued this past year. The city has a number of active subdivisions, and those subdivisions include Ashton Place, Brighton Landing, Farmstead, North Village, Bandon Estates, and the Strata 1200 apartments. With the exception of the apartment site, all the other residential subdivisions have homes that range from roughly 1,550 square feet up to just below 3,400 square feet. Along with this, the approximate selling prices of these homes range from anywhere from $540,000 upwards of just under $810,000. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, we must report on our housing element based on a series of standardized forms. Table A of those standardized forms requires us to identify the types of housing applications that were submitted this past year. We have received numerous housing applications, and that includes what you see on your screen now. We have applications in for the Harbison Townhome Apartments project, the Alamo Creek subdivision, which would require annexation into the city and is located east of Leisure Road. We have the Village Townhome. This is a for-sale townhome subdivision being proposed on Butcher Road. We have the fields at Alamo Creek. We have Peabody Apartments. And we have received 2 preliminary applications for a Habitat for Humanity project, as well as the preliminary application for the Oak Grove Apartment. Next slide, please. So in addition to reporting on our general plan and our housing elements, we do have a general plan policy that does require us to take stock of our current housing mix citywide. The policy instructs us to strive for a citywide housing mix of approximately 75% single family and 25% multifamily. So starting back in 2010 through now, We are approximately composed of roughly 78% single-family homes and 22% multifamily homes. Next slide, please. So one last thing I did not include in the slide is we do have an additional reporting requirement. Along with our mandatory requirements on reporting on our general plan and housing element, our housing department is required to submit an annual report of the Housing Successor Agency, and this document does report on their housing activities for the year 2020. So that does conclude my presentation. I know I've went over a lot of information quite quickly. I am available for any questions or comments City Council may have. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I do see one hand up so far, Vice Mayor Sullivan.
Awesome. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Tyra. I really appreciate the comments. This is a topic I'm very passionate about. And so if I come off a little intense, it's not personal. I just really feel like we need some adjustments here. So I really appreciate the information. I've got a bunch of comments and questions. And again, I apologize if I come off passionate. So I want to first talk about, I think there's a general mismatch between the general plan and sort of what Vacaville needs. And so what we've seen over the last 10 or 15 years, I'm not trying to talk badly about anyone's work or about the plan or about anything else, is I just feel like the plan was sort of designed by the general plan group, 10, 20 years ago, whenever that was. And they really didn't factor in kind of certain things that Vacaville really needed. And so what we've seen, especially sort of in District 6 and on east of Leisure Town and really where most of the development is happening in town, is really just cookie cutter housing, very limited opportunities for parks, no new schools, major issues with building schools, no new commercial outlets. We talk about vehicle miles traveled. Oftentimes commercial will be built into these plans and it gets kind of swapped by a developer or a local agent later, and more houses are added. And honestly, you can drive now pretty much from I-80 all the way to dang near Travis Air Force Base, and all you see is houses. And so we continue to build these housing tracts, and we're not really focused on building communities. And so a community needs parks, they need schools, they need shopping centers, they need bike trails and amenities that they can use. And we're not adding those. We're just adding houses, and we're adding CFDs, and we're adding cost. And I guess to start off kind of my comments or questions tonight, like, how do we realign the big picture? How do we re-angle the ship? How do we point in a new direction and get out of this sea of housing tracts and start building communities? So that's kind of the overarching question. I'll have a couple questions for you. I'll succinctly summarize at the end. The second piece of that is, if we can't do that, if just because of the market housing costs, the way taxes work, the school fees, et cetera, why do we keep building? And my question is, if we're building housing that most Vacaville residents can't afford, we're building housing without new schools, we're building housing that can't afford parks for 10, 20, 30 years, all we're really doing is adding traffic, we're adding congestion, and we're really just hurting Vacaville's quality of life. And so can you go back to slide 10 really quick, if you don't mind? So all of these complexes here are fantastic, but again, not a single new school has been built in these areas, or will be built if you talk to the school district in these areas. North Village waited, 10 years, 15 years for Corderos Park. Strata apartments, they look very nice, but they're totally unaffordable. And so what we're doing is we're bringing more people into town, we're bringing more cars, but we're not bringing community. We're not bringing the things that our kids need, like parks and schools and recreation activities. Not one of these housing complexes has produced, other than North Village and I guess Magnolia Park or Half Fit in Brighton Landing, have really produced the amenities that our Vacaville residents need. So how do we make that a priority in the general plan is kind of the second comment. The third comment, slide number 9, please, if you don't mind. So I think this slide really simplifies things, and it does so in sort of a fashion that I don't think is appropriate. So there is a gap between the very low and the moderate that we call the missing middle. If you could draw a little circle there, I would draw a circle there. And really, that's where most of Vacaville residents are. The median household income in Vacaville is about, I just pulled it earlier today for the other conversation, $87,000 a year. And so when you're talking about houses in that middle moderate to upper moderate and then above moderate, I mean, forget about it. Vacaville residents cannot afford to buy any of those homes. And if you look at the numbers there, we are just overproducing after overproducing after overproducing homes that Vacaville residents can't afford. And so what ends up happening is we attract residents from the Bay Area or Sacramento that are escaping their out of control housing markets. In Hayward, you can sell, you know, a rundown fixer upper for $1.5 million, and then you move to Vacaville and you buy a home for $650,000 and you cash out. And then what ends up happening is local Vacaville residents, our kids, our grandparents, our seniors, they can't afford those. And so then it just kind of brings the property market up and up and up and up. And so it's not only just the target that we're targeting here, we're missing the bulk of the Vacaville residents and building affordable houses for them. I understand that it's damn near impossible to get developers to build reasonably priced housing, but I think a big part of the problem is the types of housing we build. So we're building these big kind of, you know, 2,000, 2,500 square foot kind of mini mansions that most local residents can't afford. How do we start building condos? How do we start building townhomes? How do we start building PUDs? How do we change the plan that is in place to start building missing middle housing, not above moderate housing, not moderate housing? We need housing that Vacaville residents can afford. You mentioned ample on slide 6. We don't have ample. We have ample housing that Vacaville residents can't afford. We don't have any housing. We have no ample housing that local residents can't afford. And that's an area that we really kind of need to dial in. And every time I bring this up, I get told, well, the general plan says this and the general plan says that. I guess my overarching question to you is, how do we make the general plan reflect the reality of Vacaville? The reality that most first-time home buyers, most seniors looking to downsize, most of our kids coming back from college cannot afford to buy a home in Vacaville. How do we make the general plan satisfy those needs? And how do we sort of make sure that when we're building housing in Vacaville, it has parks, it has schools, it has amenities, it has the things that our community needs. It doesn't just add houses for adding houses' sake, but it actually has the things that we need. How do we change the general plan, or how do we adjust it or reframe it so it really meets the priorities of what Vacaville residents need, not people cashing out from the Bay Area, not Sacramento? How do we do that? And I know I've just ranted for 5 minutes. Again, please, none of this was directed at you. I hope you don't feel that. I just am very passionate about us being off track when it comes to housing. And honestly, if we can't build the housing we need, why do we keep building? So I just threw a lot at you. So if you could answer, I guess, what would the council need to do to sort of reframe, redirect, repoint the general plan to essentially factor in housing that most Vacaville residents can afford? So really look at the costs and incomes of housing in Vacaville and have that be the crux of the general plan discussion. And then how can we encourage, or what tools do we have to build more parks and schools?
Mr. City Manager, will you field that question?
Certainly, thank you. So I'll take a stab at it, and there's a lot there, and I appreciate the commentary, Mr. Vice Mayor. So let me see if I can pick these off one by one. So with regards to why are we building what we're building, we got here how we did because of following the general plan, and developers came in and went through the development and entitlement process, entered into development agreements that were consistent with the specific plans that were consistent with the general plan at the time the plans were approved. So they're following the rules by which the city has outlined for them to develop their private property. Now, I recognize that things have changed, and that's why we have included, as part of the council's strategic plan, a strategy by which we're going to revisit all of those policies that you see in the general plan related to housing, so that we can kind of update it and reflect more accurately what's currently happening in our community and in the region. So we anticipate looking at all things that deal with current housing situations, the price point factors, the infrastructure needs, all of those variables that go into providing that type of housing. I will tell you, though, that some other things here, and especially looking at this particular slide, when we talk about the missing middle, you know, there's a lot of different forms of missing middle. And, you know, one of the things that's contributing to some of the challenges with that is that the product that you're talking about you know, attached townhomes and attached duplexes or sixplexes. Those in themselves bring with a lot of financial challenges because of new building code requirements, new insurance requirements in the housing industry. And we have been working very diligently with several home builders on other potential housing projects that we're processing right now, that those factors are preventing the industry from bringing that to Vacaville. Now, are there other opportunities to explore how we can offset those factors? We're going to explore that as part of this housing strategy. So we have some homework to do, but that's why we've got our team working on all those different aspects. We'll be working with, you know, brokers and lending institutions. We'll be working with developers to evaluate everything that goes into producing the type of housing that our community needs. So it is going to take some time, but if you think about it, we're really kind of revisiting our general plan without doing a general plan update. And as Tyra mentioned, the general plan update, comprehensive update process anyway, is a lengthy process. But we're hoping to do a kind of a focus study on specifically the housing and look at all the variables that factor into that producing the important product for the community. As far as the other amenities that you mentioned, Vice Mayor, parks, that also is, you know, being developed in accordance with the specific plans and all, but I will just share with you that we're another factor in why those amenities are, you know, taking some time is because our fee structure is 28 years old. And so we're in the process of updating our development impact fees, which will bring our, you know, impact fees to current value. But, you know, that's kind of working in a deficit. And so each unit each housing unit is expected to pay an impact fee amount that's commensurate with providing that amenity at today's value. As I just mentioned, we're 28 years behind. So we definitely have that as a priority to build that up so that we can bring our park systems up to speed. And now that our Parks Master Plan is nearing completion, we hope to use that as a tool to help us identify the biggest needs and the most immediate needs so that we can go ahead and explore ways to make those things happen for our neighborhoods. So I hope that answers your questions. It is an important effort for the city. We see that as part of the strategic plan goals and initiatives, and we are anxious to begin work on that and bring that back to council for consideration and discussion.
Aaron, thank you so much. That was a much succincter answer than my question, and you did that very well. Thank you. I appreciate it. One quick follow-up question, then I wanted to make one more comment, and then I'm done. The follow-up question is where, if at all, does homelessness fit into any of this? Is homelessness in the general plan? Is it factored into the RENA? You know, it's almost like the very, very low. Where are the folks that aren't even, is that factored into any of this process at all?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe that
the housing element
is in the housing element. And as Tyra started to mention, that we're in the process of updating that document as well. So between the housing strategy and our housing element update, there will be an opportunity to have that dialogue.
Awesome. Thank you. So I just wanted to say thank you again really quick to Tyra. I apologize. I know I'm really passionate about this and sometimes it comes off as pointed and that was not my intention in any way. Great presentation. I appreciate your time. Aaron, thank you for the answers. Really quickly to my co-counsel. So this is probably the third or fourth time I've seen this slide over the last couple of years. And this is probably I've had this discussion. I don't know. I probably said this 5 or 6 times. I might be on an island here. Maybe I'm the only one that cares about it. But I would advocate to the rest of my council members and the mayor, if this is something you care about, this is something you want, then you need to speak up too, because we need a new direction for housing. And if we're silent, we just kind of receive this information and don't add our input or add our feedback. I am 1 vote out of 6, and I'm not asking for a vote tonight. But if you guys want to see a new direction for housing, we need to collectively as a council push for a new direction. It sounds like Aaron's teeing us up for that at the housing meeting, but I just want to encourage you guys to speak up either at the housing meeting or tonight. if this is something you're passionate about, because it's a big deal and it's going to take significant resources and significant redirection to change it. So thank you again to staff. Thank you for everyone's time tonight. I'm going to shut up because I've been talking for 10 minutes. Thank you. Bye.
We'll open up public comment. I see none. I see Lori Jones as a hand up.
Lori, I'll open your mic.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to go kind of piggyback on what Councilman Sullivan said, and I'd like to see if we can include as part of our housing strategy, not only of how we can include moderate and low income, looking at our homeless, but how we distribute them through the city. One of the problems that we're having is we're burdening our existing communities with all the low income housing, and it's not fair. We are not putting in requirements as part of our developments to include low income or at least low or moderate income in a lot of our housing developments. And when I spoke with Emily Cantor and the planning department, they said that the city doesn't have a policy to be able to make that a mandate for our developers when they're doing the development. And I don't agree with that. I think there's got to be a way that we can require or at least be able to spread the low income throughout the city and not just burden it on the neighborhoods such as Brown Street and now Orchard and West Monte Vista. So I'm hoping, and I'd like to add on that, is if we could add that as part of the research for the housing strategy and look at how we can include lower income throughout the city.
Thank you. Next caller.
Edward Russell, I'll open your mic.
So, I always find it funny when white Americans use certain words like affordable. Affordable for who is where I like to go. I like to use words and dissect them and listen to the words people use and the words they purposely omit. So the word affordable, who is affordable for who? Because the conforming loan in Solano County, I think is somewhere around 500,000. It could be 550,000. I don't know, somewhere around there. Most Black Americans, and again, I know a lot of white Americans say, "Oh, we're helping them. We're helping them." No one's ever talked to me. So coming from a single mom, broken home, living on $25,000 a year in East Oakland, I'm very astute at how to live and how to spread money. So I would say going forward, I'm here if you need some assistance on what affordable means. There's no, the slide you showed with it starts at 504,000 and goes up to 800,000. That 504,000 is the base model home with no bells and whistles, probably a 3-story three bedrooms at best, probably 1,600 square feet or less. That's the 504,000. You don't get to a real home until you get up over 700,000 probably. No one can afford that. Not no Black folks I know can afford that. So again, if this is the housing element, and needs for allocation, here's a solution. How about we create here in the city of Vacaville a sales tax designed for Black homeowners or homeowner buyers, I should say, and 2% tax, sales tax for the city. All that money goes to Black home buyers to utilize, interest-free. See, because again, if we're going to talk about systemic racism and moving forward to end systemic racism, there's a lot of land in Vacaville that was stolen by white Americans who had a head start free of charge. We don't have that opportunity. We never have. So going forward, I think the housing element should account for that and give us that catch-up speed, so to speak. Because again, a conforming loan at 500,000, somewhere around there, doesn't even get you into the ballpark of a home, let alone buy an acre. That 504,000 asking price, the lowest price, is not even a a third of an acre. I'm sure it's not even a third of an acre. Acres out there, English Hills
Sure,
Road.
your 3 minutes are up. Thank you, Edward.
Be well.
That's okay. Next caller.
Sarah Palmisano, I'll open your mic.
Hey guys, I just wanted to thank Vice Mayor Sullivan for his work. He has been unwavering on this subject. I think ever since he's been on council, if not before. And I would like to sort of echo Edward and say that there needs to be a lens toward equity when it comes to homeownership and the general plan within the city. And that's it. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Jennifer Piazza, I'll open your mic.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. I just wanted to say a couple of things. I'm speaking as somebody who actually purchased a home in July of 2019 in Vacaville. My income, well, I'm not going to say exactly what it is above the median for Solano. And I have to say, I use first-time homebuyer, programs for the state of California. The, interest rates and things like that were very similar to the what was listed on some of the slides. And I would say that the affordability from experience is not accurate. I could barely afford a home in Vacaville, and I have a home that I purchased that was built in the 1960s and is about 1,000 square feet. So, and I know that I'm not alone in that from conversations that I've had with other people. So, I just want to point out that not only were those numbers best case scenarios, I don't think they were realistic at all, honestly, as somebody who recently bought a home in Vacaville. And then I just wanted to also echo what Sarah and I believe it was Edward said as well about equity in any plans. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. And I see no other hands up from, oh, yes, I do see one hand up from Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So, housing is, we just, put down, an opportunity for that, for, different concerns. One of the challenges is in the fact that if we're always trying to subsidize something, how are we actually helping people break the cycle of poverty? So housing, absolutely, providing a wide variety of different housing for people to move up, to move around is important. But I think, and when we're talking about the general plan and it's important and it's relative, to our efforts towards the strategic plan, is truly how do we develop our economy and how do we provide a variety of different wages? And the fact of the matter is this economy is constantly evolving and there's competition, not just, here regionally, but, not just the state, but throughout the United States and throughout the world. And so the challenge for all of us as a community is so when we talk about this general plan, it's really, how do we piece all these complex pieces together to where, again, we allow for people to pursue that American dream while still maintaining that, that level of quality life. Like, for example, I'm curious, where's that picture in the middle there taken?
I believe that's stock footage.
Where? Oh, okay. Well, there. So when I saw that, I was like, man, where's that? I would love for all of our neighborhoods to look like that, to have these, nice open running paths and whatnot. So I know that everything comes with a cost. I know that, people got to earn a good living. And one of the challenges for all of us, and it's very apparent that staff's trying to work, within those struggles. We as elected are trying to navigate through all of that. The challenge is, how do we actually help provide that quality of life that we want? And I'm not, so for me, we talk about the strategic plan. as far as what we're gonna prioritize our interest on. And so I guess I'm still kind of unclear on how that navigates through the general plan. And but anyways, but I think just based on, I guess where I want to just maybe just end this, I think overall, I just want to share those comments, but I think that it's I kind of going back to my comment earlier, I think we need to move up our study session on housing as well, to really take time to dig into that and understand the complexity of that, but also not forget how we truly help people out of poverty, which is through education and through the ability to have a good paying job. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you very much for the report and presentation. And I did look through the packet, and I was just really struck by the fact that in the back, when the forms were filled out about the issues that permits that were issued in 2020, there was one page of accessory dwellings and multi-family buildings. And then there were 25 pages of the permits for single family dwellings, mostly in, Vanden Estates and Brighton Landing and all those things that we saw listed in the presentation. And I see that every day because I live in District 6 where a lot of the building is. And I also agree with, Mr. Russell that said, when you see the price listed as, 500,000 to 800,000 or 300,000 to 500,000, that is just without anything added to it. And, if you want grass in the backyard, that's that, or you want to upgrade something. So the prices are deceptive with what you actually get when you, sign on the line and get your house. So I just wanted to speak up and say those two things, as Councilmember Sullivan said, people do need to speak up. And I do think we have a whole lot of similar kind of housing, and I'm looking forward to working with this council and the city staff to see what housing options there are. Thank you.
Thank you. My only comment is, and I've always believed, and that's the way I bought my home in Vacaville, is you just can't go in and move into Cheyenne. You start small and you put sweat equity into your home and you sell it, and then you purchase your next one and you put sweat equity into that one. And, I'm not necessarily saying that I only want big, gigantic homes, but, it's not everyone that just goes out and buys a new home. I've never owned a brand new home. I've always had to purchase something, my starter home, when I was very young, and put a lot of work into it and stay there for many, many years, and put my sweat equity into it to get to the next level, and then started my family and married my wife, and we put sweat equity into that home, and so I just don't want everyone to think that everyone has to jump into a $500,000 or $700,000 home, brand new home. And that's how things move around in Vacaville. You buy your home, you put sweat equity, you jump up into a nicer home. Someone comes in and buys that home from you, which is affordable. And Mr. Russell talked about affordable. Yeah, affordable is different to everyone. So those are my concerns. And obviously we have a lot more coming up down the line, but I don't see any other hands up. So we will move on to item 9C, which is the COVID update. And we'll go straight to Chief. Are you there?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. Happy to present to you tonight. I've got some very good news, but first we'll go through the next numbers. Crystal, next slide, please. As far as the latest numbers from California, we're at a little over 3.5 million cases, 54,395 deaths, and the 14-day positivity is at 2.2%. Those differences, as a reminder, are from 2 weeks ago at our last council meeting. And the good news is all of those are trending in a downward manner. So that's very good news. In Solano County, we're up to 29,859 cases. In the last 2 weeks, 545 additional cases. We are less than half of the active cases we had 2 weeks ago at 190 active cases, 22 that are hospitalized, less than half again of what we had 2 weeks ago, and then 167 deaths. And the 14-day positivity is down to this is according to the state, 3.8% and a drop of 0.6%. In Vacaville, 7,976 cases, 110 cases additional over the last 14 days. Next slide, please. And the good news that I had to share was today, the governor put us into the red tier effective tomorrow. What that means is from outdoor dining only to 25% indoor dining for our restaurants. So that's very good news. And I'm really happy about this, that there's 10% indoor capacity as far as the gyms are concerned. So that is the major differences as far as from purple tier to red tier. Movie theaters can also they can reopen at the red tier at 25% capacity or 100 people. So now our next goal becomes going into the orange tier, and you can see the three criteria that they use to determine what tier we're in. We're currently right at 7 cases per 100,000 to get into the orange tier, which is the next one, which moves our indoor dining to 50%. We have to be less than 4 cases per 100,000. Positivity rate less than 5%, and the health equity positivity rate less than 5.3%. The good news is you can see that our positivity rate that the state uses and the health equity positivity rate, we're actually already qualify for the orange tier. So the only thing that we need to get dropped for at least 2 weeks is the number of daily cases per day to less than 4 per 100,000. As far as the city is concerned, we did have the county public health in conjunction with the school district held a vaccine clinic at Markham Elementary School on Monday, March 1st. I'm happy to report that 1,450 folks were vaccinated at that clinic. We participated, the city participated in that. We had 5 of our firefighter paramedics there helping give the vaccine out to our residents and had the ambulance there just in case anybody had to get transported as a result. And we actually did transport 2 people. We'll be doing the same thing for the second. So the second dose is 4 weeks later. It's already scheduled for March 29th, the same location. And we will once again have our paramedics there. And as I do every update, I'm going to turn it over to our housing director, Emily Cantu, to provide you an update on the winter sheltering.
Thank you, Chief. Yeah, so the next slide that you'll look at is just another update as we've been coming to you each meeting to provide the update on some of the data from the winter sheltering program, a number of participants, bed nights, showers, the types of assistance that is being provided by Vacaville Solano Services Corporation, as far as helping participants connect with resources and housing through case management and partnerships in the community. Staff has heard the concerns from community members, and we are taking action to address those to the very best of our ability, and have planned per council direction last month to return at the next city council meeting, March 23rd, to bring to you an item for discussion and consideration about extending the shelter and also other alternatives for your consideration. And I think the next slide has, once again, anyone interested in donating towards the winter shelter effort, that at this point is continuing through March, and we'll be back in a couple of weeks. These are the hours and the locations and the items that are helpful to that program. And that's my update. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you for the presentation. I see no hands up from City Council. I will open up public comment. I see no public comment. I'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the council, and I do see Councilmember Silva has his hand up.
Yeah, so I want to thank I saw the Vacaville Unified School District. They had a lot of staff out there helping out with the vaccine effort. You know, I was fortunate enough to go out there and fill out 3 hours of cards. My hand got kind of cramped, but Santiago from our school board was out there. Saw our old council member and current supervisor Mitch Mashburn out there. So it was. I just want to express, you know, that just the level of hope. There was a couple people that were just in tears that they had ability to access a vaccine. And just kind of seeing people pull together, do the best they can to kind of get back on track was pretty cool to and very inspiring to witness. So Chief, I know you mentioned that several of your crew is out there helping administer vaccines, so that's deeply appreciated as well. But I know there's been a lot of effort through the county. With that all said, I think when things are rolling out, a lot of uncertainties as far as how many vaccine will we have, and the logistics, supply chain, all these things that are involved in that is definitely a challenge. I know there's concerns between vaccinating folks in our county versus others, but by and large, it was very inspiring to be a part of. So I know the people that were involved aren't listening, but I do appreciate everyone that came out, and including the public that was willing, because there's definitely concerns out there with it all. I do have one question. It's kind of been coming up about outreach with respect to specifically the Spanish-speaking population. And I imagine one of the reasons why they targeted Markham had different reasons. But one concern is what efforts, and I don't know if Chief would be able to speak to this, but what efforts have been done outside of a Facebook post in Spanish to help educate or inform those who speak Spanish that there are opportunities to get vaccines when they're eligible?
So I am not aware of any other efforts. As a reminder, the vaccine effort and the vaccine projects being coordinated by Solano County Public Health. So I am aware of their outreach and the Spanish language flyers that I know that they post on the website, as well as outreach on Facebook. But we do have weekly conference calls with the county. So I will ask that question. Actually, our meeting is tomorrow. So I will ask that question and get back to you. One thing I did want to, that I forgot to mention regarding the vaccine clinic, I did want to, I heard the council, we heard the council loud and clear at our last council meeting, and concerns about making the vaccine available to our seniors. So I wanted to thank staff from Parks and Rec that are involved in our senior meals program. And they actually, and also Housing Director Emily Cantu provided us a list of seniors that we could reach out to and offer the vaccine to, and help them access and make reservations at that vaccine clinic. So kudos to that staff that made that extra effort to do that.
That's really great to hear, Chief. Thank you for sharing that too. I appreciate that.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I just really quickly wanted to thank the chief and all the Parks and Rec staff, and Emily and anyone else who helped with that senior distribution. Thank you so much, Chief. That was super responsive. I think we just asked last council meeting, so very proud of the team. Sending a virtual high five to all you guys. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to item 10, reports of city manager. City manager, do you have any reports tonight?
Nothing tonight, sir.
Okay, thank you. Item 11, reports of city council. Anybody from the city council want to comment? I see Councilmember Silva. Go ahead, sir. Councilmember Silva? You're on mute.
Oh, I think on my side it froze completely. All right, so thank you, Mayor. So I got a long list of things here. So first off, been pretty busy, but I know a lot of folks have been. Don Burrs, actually want to give him a shout out. There was a business owner that had some concerns about a street shut off, and talking to the business owner, he was just in the end they were pretty appreciative of overall the city's response to that, and working with the different stakeholders. So shout out to Public Works making that happen. It's always there's always some type of, I guess, unintended consequence with everything we're trying to trying to make a positive impact on. But and I think it shows volumes and speaks volumes when we're constantly dedicated to making things right. So I definitely appreciate everyone that continues to do their best to be responsive. Had a great conversation with about HR, just overviewing our department with Director Jessica Bowes. So I really appreciate the follow-up conversation with that. Don Leonardini, sharing a lot of her experience. That's really important for me, particularly. I definitely appreciate the insight and and doing my best to be effective in this role. I also want to thank our IT and particularly Wayne. I know in the past we had asked, in public had asked, hey, can we set up a different format for these type of for these meetings? But my understanding is that one of the biggest limitations is that how we feed it through channels 26. That there's some compatibility issues with that. So and I think it sounds like we're coming out of some things. I'm looking forward to changing, getting back to quote unquote more normal type of venues where we can actually see each other. So when the time comes, Dr. Awoki, so Groom, Tim Burke, Brian McLean, they gave me a nice tour of Public Works. So that was really cool to see out there and all the good work that they're putting in to the public. Curtis Paxton gave me an overview of our utilities, so making sure that our water's getting to us and that the poop's flowing in the right direction. So definitely appreciate that. And our interim chief, Ian Smuchler, and Lieutenant Chris Poland had a great conversation, just getting to know them and just addressing a variety of concerns with them. So I definitely appreciate those conversations. Had a great meeting, and just more for the council as well as the district. So I met with one of the committees that I'm on. Was meeting with our prison systems. So they actually just started up the PAUSE program, which is if those of you guys don't know, these are dogs from high kill shelters in California. And basically these dogs, if they're good candidate, they refer them to certain prisons that have this PAUSE program in place. There's a review process for the actual individual, for the inmates. And if they meet this different variety of criteria, then they're eligible to actually take on that dog and train them until they can find a home. So if anybody out there is interested in helping adopt, a home for the dogs, definitely look into the PAUSE program. It sounds pretty wonderful, and it sounds like it's been pretty transformative as far as the inmates. Because I think some of us firmly believe that people deserve a second chance when they're working for it. So there's also a bike repair program. So I'm looking into seeing how that can further collaborate with how to increase access to bikes. It's something I wasn't personally quite aware of. So I think there's some good opportunities there. Again, so just to clarify, the inmates, they repair the bikes and then hand them out. And usually there's a higher demand during Christmas time. So I think there's a unique way to kind of address some other needs where there's a win-win with our community and keeps the folks there busy. There's other programs too, but I'm not gonna cover those at the moment, not to diminish them. But so this month we're talking about recognizing women, and there's a group called the Vacaville People's Forum. First became aware of them during the campaign season. They actually asked some, pretty tough questions about social issues, and and so that I always like to see how people come together and get involved and engage in the community. And one of the things that they're doing this month is actually recognizing local women leaders, and I think that's that's pretty awesome. So I want to give the shout out. I'm not sure who's all organizing that, but give them a shout out who's involved in that. Just yesterday, I've been working on this plan when I was on school board to find a way to bring all elected folks from throughout Solano County together. One of the things that that I've just kind of observed is that a lot of times we work in these silos. And with that said, so one of the things I was trying to do is create a place that allowed for the education, and also something that leads to some type of tangible outcome, to where we can unite folks from across Solano County to come together to address issues on how we can actually improve things for kids. I firmly believe that the quality of life that is there for our kids, how we set that next generation up to succeed, is really incumbent on us and our responsibility to leave something better for the next generation. A lot of those folks that I ran off through the city, that's something I express and a value that they share. And I truly do appreciate our staff for being committed towards being able to again truly leave a legacy through the different projects that they quietly put behind the scenes, trying to put together and put forth the best proposal for us to to dissect and go through. But when those come through, it can be truly impactful and leaves a lasting impact that can truly change lives for generations. And I think that's pretty cool. So and I think what's also part of that conversation is how we as elected can be that bridge between those who we represent, as well as those who are putting in the work to develop those plans and programs. So I know there's not several here yet, but a few of us were able to attend that. So I deeply appreciate you guys that were able to attend. There's 2 more meetings coming up that kind of build off of one another. And there were school board members as well. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that continues to transpire as we as representative leaders step up for those who we represent. So kind of on that note, one area that I really want to express, was mentioned earlier today that we're coming up with a general plan for our parks. I want to I would love to see a plan, and I'm not sure if I need a motion at this point. I don't think it's necessary, but I truly feel that every single kid should have access to some after-school program, whether that's through some type of organized sport or some type of leadership, community service type program, or some type of hobby, whether it be like music or art. I think it's really important that our kids have something that just helps enrich them and allows them to have a place to develop their skill sets or develop those interests, and that at the same time helps build character, values, responsibility. These are things that can transpire not just in their lives, but throughout their families and their communities. They themselves can help lead that change. And I've seen a shift over the decades. When I was a kid, a lot of times there was most of the sports equipment was provided, as a loan, or like there was a team set. And now things have become much more unattainable for particularly lower income families. And another big sticking point, something just again from my observations, is that baseball is a huge sport within this community. Soccer is a huge sport within this community. And it's always been frustrating for me personally when I was coaching different teams that I couldn't even access some of these fields to host a practice for my team. And so I would like to see a plan, not just to find ways to ensure that every kid has true access to where monies shouldn't be a barrier to access these after school programs, and not just to 6 o'clock. I'm talking about later as well. In addition to that, some of these fields, all of our fields, quite honestly, every single one of them should have lighting. Just for people who don't know, if you want to sign your kid up for baseball, they got to be off. Sometimes you got to take off at 4 o'clock at work to make sure you get your kid there on practice in time at 5 o'clock. Why? Because you got to fit 2 teams in there before it gets dark. And if we had lights that were available, that would allow more access, particularly for families who cannot or who are not in a position to actually get off in time, so that way they can actually get their kids to their practice, or in other ways find ways to to get them there. But it also includes, again, resources that again, no kid should be prevented to be allowed to access these programs. I met with I guess he's a VP for Junior Wildcats, and he was just running down his issues and efforts, and there was and I totally forget now, but there was a local business that actually sponsored kids, so that way no kid would actually have to pay to attend the Junior Wildcats. So I thought that was pretty amazing, and anyway, so I think that effort's there. I think just seeing the dynamic of our society, and what I'm hoping that we come out of this pandemic is just and really where our country's going or has been, is just a deeper respect, and how we truly commit towards the development and of our kids, and again find a way to leave something better for them. So the last thing, or there's two more things. I'm sorry for taking so long. I have my list though. So one, I brought this up in the past, and I know I'm going to get an update, but I just want to express to City Council that there's some issues with sidewalk repairs, particularly within the Markham neighborhood. And for those who don't know, this is while everybody's kind of has issues with cash. Here, there's sometimes a higher financial burden. And one thing that I'm kind of I'm interested in looking at is to see how we can, as a city, better support our homeowners, no matter where you're at, on how we can help them address their sidewalk repair. I understand that there's safety concerns with that, but I had a conversation, with a supervisor, and they were coming up with different plans as far as a safe pass to schools, because reality is there's a lot of sidewalks they're uneven, and to kind of put that on the homeowners during these times, and or put in a lien on their house if we have to come and repair it. It's just something that just doesn't seem right to me. What also doesn't seem right is that recently the County Board of Supervisors approved placing a temporary module on a site for Brown Street that was previously designated for the tiny homes. I had reached out to a couple of neighbors that live right across the street on that street. And once again, we have yet another issue to where the local community, the local residents have not been notified. And that is completely concerning to me, and not just discerning, but very disappointing and quite honestly disrespectful. Markham neighborhood, especially how the efforts of what was going on before, I would hope that there is a much larger demonstration of respect and bringing awareness and being more inclusive in what plans go on. It doesn't matter how great the plan is or the intent is. When there is mistrust, that does absolutely nothing to build trust. And it's not just with the residents, it's also even with our locally elected officials. And so I'll be reaching out. I've already spoke with our county supervisor about this, but I'll be reaching out to our local elected officials at the county level to please ensure that the decisions we make based on our public land, our people's land, also includes the opportunity for our locals to have input on addressing that, including the long-term solutions. And so one thing I'm really hoping to see developed on that particular site is actually more efforts to actually put in the ability to develop that workforce within that community, and something again to bring up the area and not continue the cycle of poverty, to provide opportunities to break that cycle of poverty for the existing residents within that neighborhood. So I want to leave this on a positive note. One of the things that I kind of want to do is recognize some of our local residents, and there's one person in particular that I met a couple months ago. So I'm just going to call her Mrs. L. And Mrs. L, she's actually taken over, quote unquote, managing this community garden that's kind of had relatively been neglected for a couple years. And it's to see her out there and trying to pull people together to help bring up this community garden, to bring the spirits up in the local community. I think it's very commendable, and I just want to recognize citizens like this. There's nothing that she's not looking for any type of income or gratitude or even recognition. It's just something that she believes in and is doing selflessly, and I think that's pretty amazing and inspiring. So thank you all for hearing me out tonight.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you. This seems like I was doing all week. I was following Mike Silva, because when he was talking about going to visit those department heads, I was the next appointment after him, I guess. So I will not say all the people, but I did go see a lot of the staff this week, and it had very interesting meetings with them. And the Commission on Women and Girls, he talked about the People's Forum. If you go to on Thursday afternoons during March, they have a webinar between 4 and 5:30, and they feature women leaders in Solano County. So that's been very interesting. And tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow morning, I will attend my first YOLO Solano Air Quality Management, because I'm representing the City Council on that. So I'm looking forward to that. And that's basically all I needed to say, besides all the people who Mike saw, I saw also. So thank you.
Vice Mayor Sullivan.
I didn't have anything to say, but I wanted to add on a couple points to Councilmember Silva's point. So first point, Councilmember Silva, I've heard you bring up the sidewalk thing a couple times. I totally understand what you're saying. I kind of feel your pain. I don't know if you want to agendize that. You mentioned there's something coming. I would be happy to support you in bringing that discussion back to council. I think if we can discount someone's water rates or discount other services, why can't we discount sidewalk repair? So it sounds like you have a plan for that already, but I've heard you talk about this a couple times. So if you ever need a second on a motion to bring that forward, I'm happy to serve that. The second piece I wanted to add really quickly is I did want to jump on to your point about the county and sort of the disrespect of not working with the city. And I think, I work in Yolo County by day, and it's a completely different environment. The county doesn't do anything in Yolo County unless the city manager knows, unless city council members know. We have regular 2x2s on a monthly basis. I agree with you. I think honestly, after the tiny shelter debacle and sort of what the county did to that neighborhood, the fact that they're not coming to the city is disrespectful. And I think all of us should call that out. We have a peer who is now on the Board of Soups, and maybe he can advocate for this a little bit, but it is inappropriate in my mind. And even though I don't have a problem with the project and don't think it's a big deal, I really haven't seen city-county relations get better. And I know me making the statement is probably not going to help that, but whatever we can do to mend those fences and coordinate and work better, we have to do, because it is, it's not functional, and we both have to own pieces of that to really move forward successfully, especially on things like homelessness and development. And I'm not used to seeing this type of action in my day job, and I've been there for 16 or 17 years. It sort of blows my mind that we don't have better coordination. So I wanted to second that and just say, I agree with you, and I don't know how we fix it, but it's not getting better. And then the third thing I wanted to mention was we did have sort of a loose agreement for all of the council members. If you guys are on certain committees or work groups, if you could bring back some information or email the group or share notes or something. None of us know what we're doing on all these various work groups that we're appointed to, and I've always felt like that was kind of weird. So as you're going to these various work groups, please take notes, even if they're just super brief, and let us know what's going on. It might be super boring or not super important, but in some cases it may be. So if you can take notes and share, I would love to hear what's going on all those different work groups, and we sort of mutually committed to doing that. That's all I got.
Thank you. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wanted to take a quick minute to thank the Vacaville Police Department and Chief Schmutzler for allowing me to do a ride along on the 28th, that Sunday, where there was some protesting downtown had a lot of folks that from the downtown businesses reach out regarding some of the protesting. I've been in law enforcement for 16 years. I've dealt with civil unrest. I've dealt with protesting. I've dealt with rioting. I understand the difference. But what I wanted to do was commend our police department for the level of professionalism that they showed. Really innovative, set clear expectations from the beginning, had a really, I think, positive dialogue with the folks that were protesting in the beginning, and it really, really worked out well. On all accounts. There was a couple incidents regarding an intoxicated individual that I think was very disrespectful, rude, and inappropriate with some of the protesters. Vacaville PD was on top of it. Nobody wanted to press any charges. Vacaville PD was extremely professional. I was proud of them and the work that they were doing, not only to keep the businesses safe and the protesters, protect the protesters' rights, but just the level of compassion that they showed with all of the individuals that they were out there interacting with. So I wanted to thank you for, Chief Ian for his help with that and allowing me to see that firsthand. I met with several of the business owners that are down there, and they were also very appreciative of the great work that Vacaville PD is doing to respect people's rights to peacefully protest while also protecting the businesses downtown. So I just wanted to share my thanks with them. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we'll move on to 12A. It's going to be closed session. So we'll move on to 13, adjournment. Good night, Vacaville.